tried to do all of this before actually starting the stream, but the best laid plans of mice and men, you know. We're just gonna look for our needles because while we are gonna work on our ghost today, Kin has yet to finish the axolotl for that boy, sadly. Oh, and we might have to interrupt our desktop stream as well. We were trying to find an alternative. Well, maybe we can just use the other monitor. One moment while we're getting that up. And it put all that effort in to bring in this laptop. Oh, the Toshiba satellite will have its day in the sun someday. Someday. Someday this pop filter is not going to drive Kin insane. Okay, well at least the desk doesn't feel as cluttered anymore. We're just dipping into our Google Drive here, trying to grab our pattern that we need. We're doing our best. Hopefully everybody is doing well, having a pleasant morning. Oh, this isn't gonna work. Nope, not like that. That'll do. We have to put it on the other monitor though. We have two monitors. Oh, look at that. We forgot to start our vertical video. We're trying to get used. This is a new mic. This is a different mic. This is the mic that Hawk was using the other day. Okay, now you guys should be able to hear Kin. It is sorry. We're like we were experimenting with our setup. We're trying to oops, sorry. We're trying to change how we're doing things a little bit. We were hoping that this would be a little bit more comfortable, but so far it's just been a little bit of a headache. Oh, plus this mic is we're gonna have to shift this over. We didn't want to mess with the XLR cable. We are trying not to. Okay. We just need this mic not to be kind of like in the way there. Maybe if we can pick up the phone camera. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so as you can see, our axolotl friend is just about done. So we just need to get the tail on. So we're going to switch over to the crochet screen. And so again, this pattern is from Katie Kitty Craft. If you would like to support them, please do. The pattern is very cheap and it is very easy to make. The URL is there on scrolling on the screen, but it's fairly easy to find this one. It's just type in Katie, Katie. It's even on there on the image. Katie Kitty Craft, all one word, and put in like axolotl. If you don't know how to spell that, Kin doesn't know how to help you. No, it's like AXOLOTL. And it's going to be the same image as you see there on the screen. But this is what we're going to just finish up. We're just finishing this one up. Also, If you are the owner of the pattern and for whatever reason you dislike the way that Kin is sharing your work, please let Kin know. Um, as it kind of understood their their permissions, they did not want their patterns to be copied or sort of repurposed, as in like you make a pattern and then you make it into you try to take their instructions for the pattern and then put it into your own pattern and make kind of like a variation of it and sell that, um, or even just give it away for free. That's what kind of Kin understood as being like not allowed. It didn't really think that kind of showcasing part of the pattern, the creation of the pattern is really bad, especially because Kin is not giving step-by-step instructions for how to make these. It is not explaining what it's doing so much as just showing what it's doing, and it does not show the pattern's entirety. So there, it always does a decent chunk off stream and then comes back, but it does not guide you step by step on how to make any of the patterns that it showcases. If you really want to know how to make any of the things that Kin is working on, please, please, please just go buy the patterns. They are often very cheap. Like, we're talking less than, $5 here in a lot of cases. So the pattern, though, that Kin got today was a little bit higher in price, but not, again, still not too bad. It was still less than like $8, pretty sure, regular price. So, if you're hurting so bad to make something that you can't spend a couple of bucks to support the artist, like, there's a lot of free patterns that you could be using. So please just go get those. Don't rip people off. Kin is not trying to rip anyone off. It just kind of wants to share its joy of making things. So this tail will go on here. Maybe we should do it the other way. And it's a little tricky. And this is going to be challenging for Kin because usually it's got this thing up in its face. But we're going to do it this way today. And it's really happy that it had an opportunity to kind of stop and do some crafts today. Last week we did not, and that really bummed Kin out. We wanted to do more. We're going to up our gain on the mic. Let's see if this works. Hello? Testing. Yeah, we were sounding a little quiet there, weren't we? Just a weensy bit quiet. Just a weensy bit. Okay, there. We're trying to get better levels. There we go. No longer sounding like a whisper. Let's get some music on. I'm going to get some music on. The music that we're using is always no copyright, DMCA music, DMCA free. So let's see here how that's doing. Is it coming through? It should be doing desktop audio here. Or did we turn it off? No, it's on. Okay. Maybe it's just because we have the music turned down so much. Let's turn it back up a little bit more. There we go. Yep, so if you're curious about the music it's currently playing, this is from Lo-Fi Geek on YouTube. It's called Haunted House Lo-Fi Hip Hop Mix. It's a pretty generic title, but they have several things like this on their YouTube. So this is what we've got going on right now. Ooh, it really wants to get cozy. We want to be cozy. This is supposed to be the cozy stream. We even put on our winged cat sleeper. See? There we go. Can we turn the mic? Yeah, there we go. Pick it up just a little bit. It's rather proud of this one. It kind of looks like that cat from Kiki's Delivery Service. We're horrible with names. We're horrible with names. This has always been like a sore point in any geek community that Ken has ever gone to participate in. They always seem to get almost insulted when Ken forgets the names of characters, especially popular ones. But look, guys, Ken just sucks. He doesn't remember these things. Oh, we left the TV on. Whatever. It's whatever. Maybe we should put something on the background, like a thing playing in the background. Would that be too distracting? Or would it add flavor? You know, like those DJ videos on YouTube where somebody's like doing a DJ set, and then they've got the they got TVs in the background showing like old anime or something. Because they're really trying to sell. Did we get the wrong string again? We did. We're trying to get this bottom string. We can do this. Maybe we can turn this just a weensy bit. There we go. We also have tea today. We were feeling a little stressed out this morning. After we dropped the Cubs off at school, Ken had to go get gas because it was like touching on the E line. And it was freaking out a little bit, but luckily there was a gas station right nearby. So then we go and we get gas and we have to use the credit card because it's just times that we're in. And while it's doing that, you know, it's thinking, okay, everything's fine. We're using the card. We're going to get paid this week. Well, its husband's going to get paid. And then we're going to file our tax returns and everything's going to be hunky-dory, right? Well, Ken gets home and discovers that apparently the gas station had charged $175 to the, to the expense of the gas instead of the $38 that Ken had thought was being put on the card. It was like, excuse this creature. Hold on a second. Like, what do you mean? So he calls the gas station and is like, hey guys, we have the receipt. We did not spend $175. We're not sure if we got scammed or what, but would really appreciate this not being the case. And the gas station attendant was like, oh, well, they overcharge to make sure that there isn't any fraud happening. And you'll get refunded the money, the extra money today or sometime tomorrow. And it was just kind of stunned. It was like it had never really encountered that before. Pretty sure. It understands that credit card companies have to kind of, protect their bottom line or whatever, but that seemed extreme to put such an extra expense on the card. Seemed really extreme to Ken. But Ken can't do anything about it because apparently the gas station won't do anything about it. And the bank will not accept disputes on charges until they're finalized. So until then, Ken has to deal with this crazy amount. It kind of doesn't like, there you go. Let's just not have the TV in the shot there. So, we have, the good thing though, is that we do have a paper copy of the receipt. So, if for whatever reason, by tomorrow, the money is not refunded, we can call and say something went wrong. Sorry. It's kind of really tired of having to wipe its nose on stream on camera, but it's just that season. You know, we got sick like, we want to say 4 or 5 times this winter season alone. It was a really bad flu and cold season. Really bad. And it has a 4-year-old little girl who's going to pre-K. So naturally, she's a little plague bearer, and all her little friends are little plague bearers, and they don't know how to not spread disease. So it's gotten sick quite a few times this holiday season and this new year. Really looking forward to the warmer weather where maybe people are... Doesn't know why people don't get as sick as bad during the summer and stuff. Maybe it's because people are going outside. You need to maybe bring this up because it feels like the light is getting blocked by Kin's hand, which we don't want. And it's also annoying Kin because Kin can't see what it's doing either. Now that it thinks about it, can we do, let's see here, we might need to put a filter. We just need to change our side ducking. There we go. Okay, so now when we talk, the desktop audio should quiet a little bit when we're speaking. Not so much that it's distracting, but just enough that Kin's voice is the focus. Oh, it is so much better. The lighting, you can actually see what it's doing. It's probably just as well that this mic that we got for Hawk, for whenever we do co-op plays, is a dynamic mic, which does require you to really get up close to the mic. And if it understands mics correctly, like the differences between them, the different types, the cardioid mics, you can sit a little further from them because they have like a wider cone for picking up your voice. But the dynamic mics really need you to like kiss them. Like you got to make out with the damn things. And that was something that Hawk was struggling with a little bit because he's taller than Kin. So Kin's like 5'4". And when it sits at the table, it's not sitting so high up from the mic when it's like put on the table surface. But Hawk was like, he could not do it. We still need to check the recording for our previous co-op session on Sunday. But want to say that he got away from the mic a couple of times. What this mic could really use with is more like a boom arm. But all of the arm, like the mic boom arm things, it doesn't know what they're called. Mic booms. Desktop mic booms that Kin has found. They just aren't compatible with this table, sadly. They require the person to have a table that's not so thick. And we're literally using a fold-out table. So, thanks to that, most of the ones that you find on Amazon and stuff, they will not be able to fasten onto the table at all. I'm trying to kind of get it back onto the tip here. The boys that we've been making these for, it made one for its son, one for a boy at church, and this new one, this third one that it's making is for the other boy's older brother, who also asked for one. Ken was going to finish it last weekend, but unfortunately, we had forgotten to sew this tail accents, and because of that, we couldn't really call it done. But we tried to offer it to the boy, and he was like, "No, you can just go finish it. Wait for it to be finished." Which was very patient of him and understanding of him. He wasn't upset at all. So, Ken is trying to make it right. We're going to get this nice and completed for him. See, it wasn't just trying to like give him the thing unfinished. It was like, here, you can have it for now, and then the next time we see you, Ken will have the tail accent, and it'll only take a few minutes for Ken to sew it on. But he wanted it done, just done. So, okay. No biggie. That'll give Ken an opportunity to show to everybody here how we finish it. This part can be just a little tricky, if only just because sometimes it's hard to kind of get this position the way that we want it to be positioned. But oop, I don't want to pull that out. Okay. Maybe we should have changed our stream tags to show, because not every stream has the same energy. When we are doing crochet or anything handsy, really, Ken might not be as chatty. There might be moments of stretches of silence, so it kind of feels a little bad sometimes at the thought that maybe somebody might get on here thinking they're going to get some really chatty crafter who can like take their eyes off their work all the time, and not really, not quite. Okay, we're just going to do that tail hiding trick. We did a little knot there at the end. Now we're going to go back in and out and in and out and try to hide this tail, this yarn tail. Always go back in at the same hole that you came out of. Because if you go into some other stitch, then it's just going to have, the yarn's gonna stick out, and it's gonna look like you were trying to do a stitch when you weren't. Okay, there we go. These aren't our usual craft scissors, but we're gonna use these. These are some school scissors that we got for our daughter, for her to practice her cutting. And when we cut this, Ken says when we cut this, there. So it looks like it's sticking out, but all you have to do is kind of squeeze it and squinch it a bit, and it'll go away. There you go. Now that's hidden. Now we have this extra tail here We don't really need all this, but Ken likes to use this extra tail just to really help secure the tail accent to the finished stall. Plus we have like these little gaps here. And it's sure that somebody who is more experienced would not have had those gaps, but Ken does. So we're just going to use our extra yarn though to kind of sew this stuff up so we don't see it. Oh, but we don't want to do that there. We want to kind of weave it first into the tail accent, because if we do it from where it is right here at the corner, it'll like fold this down, and we don't want to do that. So first we're just going to kind of go in, going like that. Try to get her down. And this is really kind of just guesswork. It doesn't have like a pattern that it's doing here. It's just weaving it willy-nilly wherever it seems to kind of make sense. So like now that we've kind of got that thread down, we're going to kind of pull it down, but we're not going to pull it on it too hard because we don't want to make the tail scrunch up. Then we're going to go back. Maybe we can get under that. Here from the back. We'll go from the back. Try not to split the yarn, because that won't look good. And then let's see here. We can get this at the base. That'd be great. Yeah, about there. And then we'll come back up. And that'll cover that one hole that we had. That didn't look great. There we go. Okay, it looks a little bit more covered there. See? So now we're just gonna weave in from the back, in and out, in and out. Like over, under, over, under. There we go. There we go. Try not to pull it too tight again. Move these scissors out of the way. You don't quite need them right this second. And then, let's see here. We can go maybe like this. We really are just kind of being willy-nilly with it. There isn't... There we go. Okay. We think maybe we can kind of get that a little bit better. So let's go back. And we're going to go through the other side. There. We'll tug on it a little bit, but we don't want to pull it too tight. Sweet. And then we'll go down. Let's see here. Can we get it into that base there? It looks like we can. There we go. That looks a lot better, doesn't it? And it never has to be like super perfect, you know, unless you're trying to like maybe sell these in mass. These really don't need to be perfect, especially if they're just gifts for kids that you know, or friends that you have that like this kind of thing. You know, so long as you really try your best, people will appreciate the work that you put in and the time that you took to make them something by hand. Not a lot of people make things by hand anymore. It's really special. You're communicating that you think that they're worth the time and the effort. So try not to be too hard on yourself if it's not utterly perfect. That's one thing that doing these has kind of helped Kin to sort of overcome, is that perfectionism. Obviously, we want to get better. Everybody wants to get better. It's not trying to knock on anybody who wants to try to improve. Like, if you guys go onto its YouTube page, which you can find Spooky at Spook and Beast Creature on YouTube. Check out the socials page or the socials section on Twitch for that link. But if you're curious, just go back to the one of its last craft stream. It wants to say that was sometime in the end of January. And there, Kin kind of showed off its first attempt at doing this very same pattern around 2 years ago. And it was an abomination. Kin did not do as good of a job. It wants to say that it used the wrong yarn. It was very confused about the yarn weight. It did not understand what the pattern was calling for at all. But it also so that the stitches were there was all these gaps in the stitches, and it just looked like it had all this stuffing coming out. Not look like it did have all this stuffing coming out, because Kin just didn't know how to control its yarn tension. But, one, getting the right kind of yarn weight helps. And then another, it did watch a couple of videos about how to have good yarn tension, and maybe it can do a couple of some examples here while it's working. It's a little hard though, because it just feels very confined in this space. Normally it's not working like this. So let's see if we can move this over. Sorry. It's using its hobby. Has it tried to show the setup? Here, maybe we can show it. So this is an Ottlight. They don't sell this particular version anymore, unfortunately. So, maybe you can get lucky one of these days and find it on eBay. But it's basically this hobby station Ottlight. And it's pretty sure this was intended for jewelry making, that kind of thing. But Kin has been using it as a stand for its phone, which is what it's using as its second camera to showcase its work. It's using this app called iRun. You can get it on the Android place, and it's free. And it just streams to the computer. You just have to install the desktop app. You just have to install the desktop app on the computer. But it kind of really opened Kin up to doing this. Oops, sorry. But okay, anyway. So here, let's do a cleaner explainer for how to do this. Or how-to video, let's say. We'll try to clip it later. But when you have your tail end and you're done with sewing on your piece for your amigurumi, you can hide the tail by kind of pushing it through your stuffed piece. And this is assuming that it's maybe already attached to your larger amigurumi piece, but even when attaching like the legs, the arms, or the head to the body, you can still do this. You see how we have this coming out? Now we want to go back into that same hole. You want to do this at least 2 or 3 times. If you want to do it more, we'll probably just make it more secure. It's not really, and so far Ken hasn't really seen it as necessary. But yep, and then you do one more time, and you just go in random directions. That way the thread inside keeps weaving with the stuffing that you have inside of your doll. And then once you've weaved it in, just kind of pull that thread out just a bit. You don't really want to tug it like super, super tight though. And then just kind of snip it. And then squeeze and mush, and that'll kind of make that thread get swallowed up inside. And voila. Now, this is a fully finished axolotl amigurumi doll. If you, again, because now we're done with this one, and we're going to have to switch to what we're going to be working on for probably the next 2 or so hours. If you want to get this doll, made yourself, the pattern is very easy. Go to Etsy.com, and you see the URL scrolling here on our screen if you're watching on Twitch, but if you are watching on YouTube Shorts or on Instagram, the pattern that you want to get is from Katie Kitty Craft. That's Katie, Katie, all one word. Look for Katie Kitty Craft and look for axolotl crochet pattern, and it's going to look something like this. Very affordable pattern, very easy to do, very beginner friendly. So just give it a shot. It's a lot of fun. Anyway, so we're done with that one today. Hooray. That boy's going to like that. Let's take a victory sip. It's nice. It's nice to just kind of relax, guys. It's always going to have at least 1 or maybe even 2 streams a week. Because it is thinking about adding, we're going to probably do that. We're going to add Friday mornings as an official stream day. And maybe that'll be our co-working day. We have this really cool co-working screen that we have not been able to use yet. But it's awesome because there's an interactive task list. So anybody who wants to add work and work alongside Ken, they can add using certain commands. They can add their tasks to the list and showcase there on stream. If you're not shy, we have a Pomodoro, a simple Pomodoro timer, which if you don't know what Pomodoro means, basically you set these short timers and then you set like these time breaks. And it makes you break up the work so that, oh, all right, cool, man. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Spoopy Skellingtons. We appreciate it. Good looking out. Good looking out. All right. Yeah. So anyway, it was trying to say it hasn't been able to use this co-working stream screen yet. We haven't done a stream with this yet. But it's been meaning to use it for maybe on a day when it's working on a crochet pattern where for one reason or another, maybe the permissions don't permit it to kind of showcase it in any stage on video, or it's working on writing, or maybe even working on clips. It was thinking about doing clips tomorrow from its streams. But it's cool because this screen has an interactive task list. So anybody who wants to add to the list can just use a simple command, add to the list, and then it'll show up right there on screen. And then, obviously there's commands for clearing it. We have a Pomodoro timer here set up so that we can work in, short chunks. So then you can do like a 10-minute timer, 15-minute timer, 20-minute timer, and then you have short breaks in between those. And that, if you're familiar with the Pomodoro's method, it's supposed to make working like kind of more tolerable, because you're breaking the work up. And you give yourself a chance to go get a snack, go to the bathroom, get a drink, stretch, space out, And so Ken hasn't been able to use this yet. But it's thinking about doing this tomorrow, maybe in the morning for a few hours, or for the length of the Pomodoro session, and then just switching to playing some games, because it has been streaming pretty much on Fridays in the morning, but it just has it's thinking about making that a consistent thing. But anyway, thank you very much again for reminding Ken to switch. This is a new mic setup, so it hasn't remembered to add this to all the screens on OBS yet. So, oops. But anyway, so we're done with that, the axolotl. So we're going to go on to Stream Elements and kind of showcase our new pattern. We already have the screenshot and the URL kind of ready. So just one moment while we go ahead and pull that up. We actually have to get onto Stream Elements to do this. It's kind of annoying. But so let's see here. Our streaming tools, overlays, and this one. Yep. All right. So let's go ahead and swap this out. It might take a second to update, guys. It might take a second to update. So just give it a minute. The second we can figure out how to change this. Which is silly because we're the ones that made this, but for some reason we're having trouble getting the actual thing edited. It's weird. No, it's not a custom name. It's just the actual text in the box. We'll feel really stupid if we have to move this, because we really didn't want to have to do that. We're professionals here. Did you know that? We know what we're doing. It would have had this set up beforehand, but since we were still working on the, we're just going to move this, for heaven's sake. Now everything's going to look a little wonky for a second. Just sorry. That's odd. Okay. It doesn't really want to have to delete this and make a new one. Surely we can just change the text in it. Well, while you guys are waiting for Ken to figure out how Stream Elements works again, here at the very least we can do the image. The image should be... This should be easy to change. It just got a notification from OBS that we disconnected. There we go. Okay. It just got a notification from OBS that we have disconnected. Okay, we got to reposition a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay, that's better. And that'll scroll. Eventually it'll scroll there. But yeah, so hopefully that doesn't happen again. The connection kind of dipped there. We lost the stream there for a moment. There have been high winds in Kin's area. We live in southwestern Colorado, or south. It's in south central Colorado, and there have been high intense winds. Not sure if you guys saw the news headlines about the 30-car pileup that came about in Colorado thanks to a horrible kick-up of a dust storm. It's just the visibility with the dust was just so bad that a bunch of cars just piled up out on the highway. So that was awful. But we might be having still some wind issues, so that might be affecting Kin's connectivity. Kin also just has a shitty little USB Wi-Fi adapter that it is replacing. We have parts ordered to replace it. We got the card the other day, and naturally we forgot to get the actual antennas for it and the brackets for it. So, okay. Did we just go back on? Are we back on just now? It's not sure if it was just talking to itself this entire time. Yep, sorry about that. Sometimes the winds around here have been picking up because of the weather lately. It's just we've been having some intense winds here in southern Colorado. Okay. But what we're going to do is we're going to resume work on this little spooky beast that we started the other day. Not a beast, it's a ghost. It's a spooky ghost. Ken thought it would be kind of cute because it calls itself Spooky. And so we thought it would be kind of funny to have like a little crochet mascot to show off on stream. Now this pattern, again, it should scroll. It should eventually scroll. It's going to be really annoyed if that does not scroll. It doesn't look like Stream Elements is scrolling the text. If you want to get this one, if you want to get this, please look up Monster Hook. That's Monster Hook on Etsy. And it's this exact picture that you're seeing here on screen. Kin's going to burn down Stream Elements. It's going to go over there and burn them down. Come on, guys. Work with it a little bit here. It's definitely supposed to be scrolling that. But it's just taking its sweet time. It's just taking its sweet time. We don't know. We moved it over just a little bit to help it look nicer. So this guy, the head's done. As it was mentioning earlier in the stream, we, for various reasons to try to protect the work of the pattern makers who made this, we want to encourage everybody to go buy it, and we don't want to kind of give everybody like an accidental how-to make it. Even if Kin doesn't give explicit instructions, it's sure some asshole out there would like, if it actually did every single step, they would just write down every single thing that Kin is doing. That would be kind of like next level shittiness there, but it's sure someone somewhere would do it. So that's why Kin doesn't do everything on stream, sadly. But let's see if we can just pick that up just a little bit, because this is a bigger piece because we're using Chanel yarn. So we're just gonna do we're gonna do some embroidery for like the eyelids and then some eyebrows. And the pattern calls for, at least the original pattern, they say you can use whatever color you want, but um, it's going to use black and then blue because it doesn't have pink. And it's not going to go fight to look for pink. So we have pink somewhere. It's in storage. Okay, so let's see here. First, they want us to... It's scrolling to the part where they want us to do the embroidery. Okay, it's nothing crazy. It's literally just like one loop. Oh, wow, that's really simple. When it was doing the axolotl, it used like actual fabric thread, not yarn thread. So it had to go over it multiple times to get those the blushes on the axolotl's cheeks. Doesn't look like we need too much. Let's do maybe 4. Here you can see what it's doing. Maybe 4 inches. It measures with his thumb. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and a little extra is not going to hurt. We like to have a little extra in case of mistakes or needing to tie off. All right. And now what did it do with its needles? There you go. All right. Very cool. So now we're going to go ahead and get this in. Doesn't know why we put away our needle from before. We still needed that. Okay. We're just going to get this on. And we suppose we'll just box knot it in the back with its ends. Try not to do it too tight, but tight enough that it won't come out. Yeah, we want to go down a little deep there on this side. Hopefully you guys can see that. Sometimes it forgets to check if we're actually on camera. And then we're just going to go, around up there to that second dot. These are called kawaii eyes, apparently. The art of amigurumi. Ken Hurd was originally from Japan. Now let's see if this does actually work. Or are we just going to have a droopy eye? We don't want a droopy eye. Oop. Let's use another needle because we don't want to unthread that one in the back. This is Ken figuring it out live. Did you think you were going to be seeing a master at work? Tisk, tisk. You foolish humans. We pulled it a little too tight. We didn't mean to do that. Come back here. Oh no, don't split it. We don't want to split it. There we go. Okay. Alright, there we go. Now the trick is to try to get it to stay looking that way. Now that we've got it through. We're gonna, gosh, we really did not need that much yarn, did we? Because we hadn't even fully pulled the back of the yarn, the back end of that yarn in. Let's see if we can kind of pull it up. We have the right end, right? Yep. We're gonna have to pull it back out again. Hold on. Okay, We just want enough there to be able to tie it. But now we have to rescue our yarn from underneath the eye. Yeah, just looking at the pictures, it's just it just says use your needle to slide the thread. Yeah. Huh. Sorry, it wasn't really like giving like anything super critical there. It did realize that it was reading from the actual pattern itself, so it stopped, but it doesn't it's just kind of like just do the thing. Embroider it. Go do it. It always laughs when it sees that in patterns. Because it's like, okay, you don't have any other pointers? Okay, fine. It'll just go try to figure it out. Some things you do have to kind of just figure it out on your own, though. Like, not everything can be spelled out to you. It's just going to do a box knot. Just a box knot, and then maybe we can do a slip knot on top to really ensure that it doesn't come out. We'll do it a third time. There we go. Our eye is still there. It's like the edge of the eye. That little accent. Okay. What Kim was kind of thinking was maybe we could do that. It's a little tough, though. Part of it is because it's already turned inside out. Can't quite see what we're doing. Okay, there. Let's see. Nothing makes Kin sweatier than trying to, get this right. It could be screwing up on Dead by Daylight or Marvel Rivals. Hella bad. And it just shrugs it off. It's like, whatever. We haven't been playing in ages. Who cares? But then when it's like trying to do this and somehow like it's just struggling with just like one aspect of it, it starts to sweat because then people go like, what an idiot. But Kin's not an idiot. Kin knows that it can do this. Sometimes you have to fuck up a little bit when you're doing art. It's okay to fuck up a little bit. Do you? Here, we're going to use this. We already got this end in, but we need the other end. So we're going to go into the middle part there. This is totally not necessary. It just wants to make sure that this doesn't come undone because it's really annoying when you have any embroidery kind of coming loose underneath the doll that you've just like finished sewing up. So it's like, good luck getting in there. Oh, heck. Now the yarn's kind of splitting. So it can't, like, see what it's doing. Whatever. Here, let's just pull it. Sorry. It's tight. It's tight here, guys. We're trying to get used to using this setup. Usually when it's sewing, it's just laying on its back in bed with stuff pulled up to its face. There we go. Alright, we still look okay over here. We got sucked in a little bit. This was kind of Kin's worry just a bit with this, was that this might get sucked down, but it was trying not to tie it too tight for that exact reason. Alright, let's do another one. And this time, maybe we don't need quite so much yarn. We could probably over 4, because we gave ourselves extra. So, 1, 2, 3, and then... Hey there, Risques! Hello! Welcome in, welcome in. Glad you could chill with us. We are making a spooky ghost. Our stream elements is being an asshole and not streaming the URL. that we're trying to show. But if you are interested in what we're working on, please go look up Monster Hook on Etsy. Oh, there's the other needle. Okay. We don't want to lose these. Ken really likes these needles. Thank you. Yeah, we're just kind of getting started. So we're just doing the embroidery on the face right now. Getting the eyes done. We're going to do the other eye. Well, we're not done with the first eye, but we're just doing the blue yarn first on both eyes. Just 'cause. The trick here is trying not to let the yarn fall underneath the actual button, the eye button, which can be a little tricky. You're looking to get into crocheted plushies. You mainly crochet garments and accessories. That's awesome. Ken has tried multiple times to do like hats and sweaters. It's managed like a hat or two that was kind of acceptable. But, mostly the best that it could do is like wrist warmers. So for whatever reason, it finds amigurumi easier. This was complete jank. Let's try again. Let's try that again. Yeah, but amigurumi is actually really not that bad. A lot of people get intimidated by it, but it's Ken's honestly found this to be the easiest thing to work on. It's been challenging for you? Okay. Is it just how many steps there are, or how much the pattern, like the steps can change, that kind of gets to you? It's curious. You're bad at counting. Okay, yeah. You know what? So is Ken. Don't worry about it. What it does is it usually uses an app called My Row Counter on Google Play. And you can get it free. And then you can use that to kind of count what you're doing. It doesn't know why it can't seem to get this to look like the other one. We're going to have to change where we put our starting stitch. Something's going wrong. But yeah, and a lot of times when it comes to amigurumi, if you can just at the very least memorize the stitch pattern for a row, then you can kind of count like, okay, they wanted me to do 2 single crochet and then increase, 2 single crochet, increase. And you can use the counters in multiple ways. You can use it to count how many times you do that particular stitch pattern. And a lot of patterns will tell you how many times on a particular round you have to do that particular pattern, so you can count how many patterns you've done. Or, dang it, stop splitting. This is an older yarn, so it splits easily. It's also increases and decreases that I always end up over increasing or decreasing, or under increasing and decreasing. They might have it on iPhone. Not sure. But it's a very, very good app. Very helpful. You can use it however you need to. Ken's gotten better about just memorizing the pattern, the stitch pattern, than just kind of counting. And if you're paying attention, usually the pattern will call for you to end on an increase or decrease. Oh. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Oh man, that really got Ken. That's hilarious. It kind of did that on purpose. Because it thought it would be funny if its alerts would scare it. It doesn't always do craft streams. Sometimes it plays like horror games. So that's why. But yeah, pretty sure it's probably on iPhone. Okay, let's see. All right, that looks a lot more snug up where we want it to be. It needed to really be underneath that button. And then let's see if we can get this one underneath there too, because we want it to kind of really kiss up against that kawaii eye. This is what it's kind of looking like inside. We need a little bit more slack on the other side, though. And now the needle's like, we don't want to come out. There. Which end do I pull to get that end back out? This side? This side? No. This side. What in the world? Okay. It was this side. Okay, well that still worked out. It's not pulled too tight. No, it's okay. That's honestly why Kin put that there. It's absolutely fine. This creature does not mind. It's kind of fun. It makes it fun. It absolutely did that on purpose. I struggle sometimes with weaving in my ends because my hands be sweating. Oh, yes, it absolutely feels you, man. Like, Kin's kind of like low-key afraid that it's going to deal with like arthritis when it gets older. Sometimes its hands will ache, but yes, absolutely its hands get sweaty, especially during like warmer weather. Oh, this one's higher. Look at that. The other one's a little higher. I didn't mean to do that. We may have to do this again. Yeah, we've got to go down one more stitch. That's why sometimes it gets to the embroidery parts and it's like, ugh. Because you have to get it just right. And it looks so straightforward. But you really have to put the embroidery in the right spot. Okay, lower. Let's see here. It's very humbling. Yes, absolutely. It has so much respect for the ladies that it sees on TikTok and Instagram and stuff where they're like sewing and they're just staring at you. They're staring at the camera doing their sewing. And they're all of their stitches are perfect. You know, much respect to them. This is coming out at the right spot, yeah. It almost looks like it's coming out at the bottom. Like that's too... We need to go back. One. So like here. Right here. Right? Yeah. Okay. Let's see if we can get the thread back in while it's sticking out. It's going to be a little stubborn. It doesn't want to have to take that back out just because it was such a pain to figure out where we needed to go. Here we go. Sorry if it's not always keeping up the chatter. It's normally better about that, but as I was explaining earlier in the stream, when we're doing things with our hands, Kin likes to focus some, you know? So we want that to come about here. Right? Oh no, your Twitch crashed. That's okay. Kin's whole stream crashed earlier. It could have been anything. It could have been this Wi-Fi adapter that we're using, which is butt, or the Colorado winds that we're experiencing right now. Like we're having some gnarly winds. You know what? Good enough. Good enough, it says. Good enough. That eye looks like it's in more or less the position that we want. So we're just gonna do box knot again. Maybe if it does this ghost again, next time it'll try to do the embroidery before it finishes the head, because then it'll be easier to kind of flip this up. You can't tell the difference? Yeah. See, that's the thing too, like with when it was starting, it would be such a perfectionist about everything. It would like look at the pictures and then look at what it was doing and then get upset. It has ADHD. suspect that it might have autism as well. And so like that perfectionist side just really just comes out, and it can make it miserable because it wants to get it perfect. But as the years have gone on and it's gotten better, like, dude, we're just gotta learning how to like forgive ourselves for variations, because gosh, who wants to sit there sweating over this kind of thing, right? Like, it's supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be fun. We're trying to see if we could do that slip knot again, but see, this time we didn't give ourselves as much of a lead. Maybe we'll leave it. Okay. So now we do the black over the eye, and then we'll do the eyebrows. Yeah, it it feels your pain. It's so hard to kind of stay focused and to stay motivated sometimes. Like, the burnout can be gnarly when we're trying to like live up to society standards and we think that we're just getting everything wrong. It's so harsh. That's why it was kind of like happy to do this stream, because it's not a crochet expert, especially when it comes to cleaning. I hate cleaning. Yeah, Ken is not a fan of cleaning either. The monotony of it, the grossness of it, like the nasty textures and smells. Dude, it feels you. Ken understands. That was one thing, because it's been a stay-at-home parent for many years, and it it always struggled with the house upkeep. Like, it would have a clean house, but it would get so bored and so stressed out sometimes dealing with like the dishes or the laundry. Weirdly enough, the best time for doing, at least for Ken, for doing that kind of stuff is during the winter, because then everything's cold, so you pull out the warm clothes, or you're sticking your cold hands into the warm water. That's the only time when like house chores feel more tolerable. You're also a stay at home? Yeah, it can be really hard to keep a schedule when you're the one that's kind of being accountable for you. That's like real high functioning, you know, maintenance there. Ugh, the yarn keeps splitting. And then you miss one thing on the schedule and you have to do it another day, and it's just all messed up. Yep. Yeah, it's really tough. Yeah, today it's got to go get the kids later. That's why I tried to start the stream a little earlier than it normally does, just to have just a little bit of extra time to sit and chill. Gosh, it's having a hard time with this yarn. Maybe it's because we're using too small of a thread, but it's because part of the reason why we use this one is because it's a little shorter. Not sure if you can see, but like some of these tapestry needles are longer than the other ones. So it keeps trying to use the short ones because it doesn't like, especially when we're doing like these tight stitches. There we go. To have to like try to turn those big needles into where it needs to go. Okay, and then we just do this one in the middle. Oop. Oh, sorry. Hopefully that didn't cause any feedback there. It's got its direct monitor on the audio controller, but it doesn't always pick up everything. I'm not sure if it will work, but does a weight for yarn work for amigurumi? That's medium weight, right? Pretty sure. Yeah. It wants to say yes, because this. Sorry. So sorry. This is pretty sure this is 4 weight, like the medium weight. Yeah. So this one it used for amigurumi, and it works just fine. You can use just about any weight you want. It's just that obviously you'll have to change the gauge of your needle, and it could affect the way that the doll will look, because if you compare that with the pictures that it was just showing before for the axolotl, the stitches look just a little bit bigger, but not terribly. And that goes all the way over here. It's got to come up with some kind of a command for, like, if it's off camera. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's going to be a gift for a boy that goes to its church. Ken goes to church. People are always confused when Ken explains, like, yeah, we're non-binary and we also go to church. What? Yeah, we have a very complex belief system, we know. Okay, there we go. Look at that. That looks nice. Now, hopefully we can do it again. I'll just do it again. Yeah, absolutely. Next time we do a ghost, we're not going to finish the head. Because the only thing that we have to do with the head is obviously stuff it and fasten off that opening. But next time we'll try to do it when the head is a little bit more open, so that we have more room to kind of turn this inside out and do the inside knot easier. We'll do a third one. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Okay. Can we do a slip for this one? Maybe not. We could do one more knot. Let's do one more box knot. One more box knot. We're feeling paranoid. Everyone is allowed to go to church when, if they want to. Amen. Yeah. All right. There we go. Oh, let's just pause for a second. Take a sip of our stress ease tea. We're actually feeling pretty good this morning. We're feeling pretty good. We like doing the craft streams. We like doing the gaming streams. But we like doing the craft streams too. There's just something kind of chill about it. That's why Ken doesn't put on the makeup. Yeah, hydration time. That's why Ken doesn't like putting on all the makeup and all the getup. It has this whole cosplay thing it does during its gaming streams usually. But it doesn't know if it can do that all the time. Might have to be something we only do occasionally. Because especially on like days like today, when it's got to be like the only parent dealing with the kids for most of the day, dude, we're just not gonna have the energy. Plus, it'll be a little hard to take off its beast cosplay when we go to pick up the children. We get like the whole contacts, fangs, ears, all of it. I hate makeup. It feels so gross on my skin in the process of putting it on. Yeah, it tries to do like bare minerals, like nothing heavy, but it understands you. Like it's okay with wearing it for a little while, but then like by the end of the stream when it takes off all that stuff, oh, it feels so good. It feels so good. Yeah, I can't do makeup daily. It used to do makeup daily. Wasn't it annoying? Like, have you ever had people like ask you if you're sick if you're not wearing makeup? God, Ken hated that. It hated that question. It was such a terrible question. Like, excuse you, no. Are you sick? What's wrong with your standards? Why just like look normal? Why do we have to perform at such a high level all the time? There we go. Okay. We pulled that out a little bit more than we pulled it in, rather, a little bit more than we meant to. We can kind of tug it back out, we're pretty sure, though. It's a little higher. It might be a weensy bit higher, this stitch here. Probably could have had it come out here instead, but we're not going to go back and fix that because it looks good enough. Good enough. Yes. I get told I have a bee resting face. Yeah, yes. Yes, we have often been told that we have resting bitch face. Oh. It doesn't know what to do with that. It's like, okay. If that's what you want to think. I'm not going to say the word because I'm not sure if it's allowed to cuss here. It doesn't think it's got a profanity filter on. Pretty sure we don't. But, that's fine. It tried to keep its chat bot from being like too aggressive. But it's probably good to be safe. It can't remember. All right, one more. Sorry for working on the edge of the screen there. Again, we wish we had like a chat command to make like a sound effect to alert Kin whenever it's not in frame. There we go. Hey. Very nice. All right. Now the eyebrows. And then maybe we can start the body. It's always surprised at how long the embroidery takes. So that's okay. Do 3 again. 1, 2, 3. About 3. We always fudge it just a little bit. Oh, this stupid yarn keeps splitting. The yarn that it's using, a lot of it were hand-me-downs, so they're a little older. So they tend to split easier. It's not entirely sure why. So I bought the Ikran Imagurumi pattern by Emmy Splushies on Etsy, and the yarn used was Premier Chunky. Is it possible do you think, to use a weight 4 yarn and still follow the same pattern? Or will it mess it up? No. Don't worry about the paragraph. It'll probably work. Just keep in mind that you're going to have to change the gauge of your needle. And it's going to look slightly different from what they have, but the effect should be the same. Because it's pretty sure that the axolotl doll that it made was using a heavier weight yarn than the pattern originally called for. This one is going to hold it up for the face cam. This one, it wants to say that this was supposed to be a weight 2 or 3 yarn. So this was a little heavier than what it was supposed to be, but it still looks the way it's supposed to. It's just the final effect will be a little bit different than what the patterns examples will show in the photos. But you will have to adjust your needle, probably. Like, it sounds like if you're going from chunky down to weight 4, which it's pretty sure that's medium, you're probably going to have to go down to like, what was it using when it was doing that one? We want to say we were using like a 4mm needle, 4 or 5. It depends. It just really depends. Let's see here. So from here, sorry, we're trying to see where we're supposed to put these eyebrows. This might be more like that. This guy's really got his eyebrows raised. Yep. Yep, it's just like Spoopy's saying. You just gotta change your needle size to account for the change in the weight of the yarn. We're going to go back into that same spot, we're pretty sure. Maybe we'll go down a little bit lower. Oh, that's not lower at all. What happened? Oh, what? We lost our yarn. Oh no. Okay, cool. I don't mind if it's smaller. I might have to use a 4mm. Yep. As my yarn label requires a 5mm. Yeah, you don't want to use what they have on the yarn label for amigurumi. It's okay to size down a hook size or 2, depending on how the yarn is. Thank you both for the responses. I'm a noob when it comes to amigurumi. Oh, no problems. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Kin is not an expert. Kin is not an expert. But it has been trying to do this now for a few years. So it's happy to help. Absolutely. Maybe like here? No, it feels like that's too drastic. Here. Yeah. There we go. That's better. You can kind of see what it's looking at there. Yeah, I just use the yarn label as a base to what I should be using, but I don't use the exact size because a lot of the time for amigurumi, the hook size on the label is too big. Yep, around 3.75mm is what I use for amigurumi. Yeah, this you want to have the hook size to be a little smaller because you want your stitches to be tight. Not tight, but like close together so that you don't have stuffing coming out. You don't want to have your stuffing coming out. 3.75. Yeah. That's probably safe. Sounds good. 3.75 should work absolutely perfectly for that weight. All right. Our chill ghost looking at you like, what's up? Here you go. Just one more and then we can move on to something else. We'll probably start the body. Then you can actually see how badly Kin is at actually doing the stitches. It always struggles in the beginning with starting rounds. Just a little bit. It's not sure if its tension is too tight. But once we get past the first few rounds, usually it kind of speeds up a little bit and it struggles a little less. But don't feel bad. Don't feel bad at all. It kind of like It just wants to like reassure people like you do not need to be perfect. You don't need to be there you go. You don't need to be perfect all the time. Kin is not going to be perfect all the time on this stream. Not even when it's playing games. It's really actually not that great at games. 1, 2. Try to get it in that same row. What about her on the same spot? A little over a little bit more, maybe? Because the yarn's going to get pulled over. It's always kind of a little deceptive where it comes out sometimes, because when it gets pulled over, then it's not... It doesn't look like it's going to be out nearly as far as you would think. If that makes sense. It's kind of babbling a little bit. Sorry. This is part of the reason why it tries not to be as chatty. It's still a little chatty, it supposes. Is this one a little bit bigger? Maybe if we pull it a little bit. Good enough. Good enough. They're both coming in at the same row. Going in and out at the same rows, but this one might be going over a little bit more. It's like staring at it. This one, the stitches look a little bit different than it does on its axolotl, because it's, instead of doing over, yarn over, they do yarn unders when doing that first pull through of the yarn with the hook. And the reason the pattern calls for that is to kind of just get a tighter stitch. I got scared by my Stitch plushie I made using a kit. I stopped at the head of Stitch and was like, this doesn't look right. I think it's my decreases that I need to learn again. Okay. Maybe, well, maybe you can try to show you how it does decreases here in a second. Because it's about done with this head. But what it does is it likes to do invisible decreases for amigurumi. You'll use less thread that way, and it looks nicer in the front. Hey. All right. Maybe we should like dip this down a little bit so it looks like it's raising its eyebrow like, what you mean? You talking about Willis? It kind of likes that. All right, we're going to set this aside. Oh, we have to actually... We didn't actually cut this thread yet. This is done. We just need to fasten it off. But, here, let's see. Well, let's tighten this back up again just so we can see how much yarn we're leaving. We want to leave a good enough tail so that we can fasten this off good. 3, 4, 5, 6. We just eyeball it. We always eyeball it. There we go. That might be even more than we need, but whatever. So we'll pull this through. Oops, sorry. And then we'll actually do the fastening off of that part later. I don't really want to do that right now. A single crochet 2 together is considered a decrease, right? Single crochet 2 together. It thinks so? Yeah, it's pretty sure that's the case. It doesn't, you see too many patterns that say that. All the patterns that it says just say decrease. But it wants to say that's what that is basically you're taking two stitches, gathering up 2 stitches into one. Okay. Let's hydrate again. Though it's supposed to, if we were really hydrating, we'd get our water. We're drinking tea with honey in it. Okay, let's go consult the guide, the pattern. It's so annoyed with stream elements right now. Maybe if it kind of like, let's see here. Why isn't it scrolling that URL? It absolutely should be. It's doing it on... It's just funny because it's doing it on the preview for stream elements. We can repaste the URL. Not sure how that helps. It should do it eventually, right? Oh, hey there, Dark Uli. Nice to see you, man. Yeah, sorry that it hasn't been able to catch your streams lately. Sorry, it's responding over to Dark Uli over on Kick. Yeah, for sure. We'll have to go ahead and join your Discord. I was really enjoying some of your retro streams. I liked when you were playing Spider-Man the other day. It hasn't been able to kind of stop by. But here, sorry. So let's see here. So we'll try to show you, Risques, how we do invisible decrease. Right now we're going to do the magic ring. Eventually. We're not like super amazing, remember. There we go. Okay. So we got it started, pretty sure, right? Or did we screw that up? No, it started. Okay. Sorry, we needed to get over to the body. So we're going to do 6 stitches to start. A lot of patterns call for 6 to start with. And sorry if its yarn tension looks like kind of like whack. But that's kind of how we're doing the magic ring. Not sure if you're familiar with this. A lot of amigurumi calls for this, though there are ways to start rounds without doing the magic ring. Thanks, Dark Uli. You take care today, man. Maybe we'll try to catch you later, okay? Alright, that was 3. Nice. See you later. Thanks for that lurk. Alright. This one can be challenging too, this yarn, just because it's chunky and fuzzy. This is part of the reason why King can get a little turned around starting. But once we get past the beginning part, it's not as bad. So let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more. The yarn ball is too big to have on the table. Okay, so now we're going to tighten this up. So you yarn under, then yarn over to pull through the loops. I always yarned over. Maybe that's my problem. Yeah, when you're doing the magic ring, to start the ring, when you're doing that first, here it'll like do like another one. You want to make sure your tail, this tail here, is included with this little ring that you kind of created. And then like you have to do it around both of those things. So don't leave this tail out. It has to be part of that. But yeah, you want to do yarn under for that first pull through, and then just kind of, you know, proceed as normal. But we don't need to have any more stitches on our ring because that is it. And then when you want to close it, that's when you tug on this, and that's what makes it close. That's why you want to include that tail in there when you're starting the ring. My stitches always kind of face out. You can kind of push it in a little bit. Okay. It's been having this trouble, like this problem lately of not being able to remember where the first, like when we put that stitch marker for the first time. There you go. So that was one. It might be over here, so then let's leave that here, and if the count's off, we'll just move it over. It's not sure why it's been getting tripped up about that, because it wasn't getting tripped up about that before. I always yarned over. Def probably the reason why my stitches were super loose. Yeah, that might do it. Ooh, this fuzzy yarn. It's the worst when you start it. Okay. That's why too, like when it did that head, it actually did yarn over instead of yarn under because it felt like it was harder to see what we were doing, but we're going to try to do yarn under instead so that it looks kind of more uniform, because it does change how the stitches will look a little bit. Okay, yeah, that's right. And then this is where we're supposed to end. Sorry if it's not like calling out every little thing that we're doing. Again, we're trying to respect the pattern maker by not like giving step-by-steps for this. Please go buy the pattern if you're interested in this pattern. Make kin an honest creature. We're gonna see if we can just kind of push this in. Can we do this now? We might have to wait. Usually there's a point where you have to flip the pattern inside out or outside in, because whenever you start it, or whenever a kin starts anyways, it usually has, like if it doesn't flip this, then the stitches, like the wrong side of the stitches will be showing. We were kind of able to flip it there, right? Oh, it's a little bit of a pain because this pattern can kind of get a little tight when you're first starting whatever piece, because there's all these like droopy bits. It doesn't know how to. It doesn't know, you know, just look at the picture there. It has like the tails on the head and the body, so it looks like we're starting around the bottom. Sorry, it's gonna catch up a little bit on the chat. Dang, I have every hook but a 3.75. Oh no, rip. I have a 3.5 millimeters, but not a 3.75. Well, if you have a 4, try with the 4. You know, like it's 0.25 millimeters. It probably won't hurt. If you've got good yarn tension, it'll probably be fine. It really does want to say that it did that axolotl over there with a 4 millimeter hook. It's looking forward to getting away from this tail part. And it'll be easier to show you to an invisible decrease once the pattern starts to kind of like widen out, because it's really tight. Everything's really snug right now, so just give it a second. Hopefully it can show you. If not, if you have to like go at some point before it can get to that, it has a YouTube, and maybe it'll try to do a how-to video or something. This yarn feels so nice. This is part of the reason why Ken really likes doing crochet. It just feels so nice. Okay. Sorry, one sec. It's trying to understand what they're asking for here in the pattern. What yarn am I using? I'm sorry, it tries to stay consistent when it's using its pronouns, but every once in a while it'll switch into nominal. It says every stream that in real life what it actually does is it switches back and forth. It'll be like, yeah, I really like this. Kin has a lot of fun doing this. It does that. So, it's kind of weird trying to just stay locked into one like mode of speaking all the time. Oh, here, one second. Okay, so it's not using anything super fancy. The pattern called for something else, but it just tried to get a yarn of the same weight. It's the stuff you can get at Walmart. The mainstays Chanel cozy yarn. So it wants to say that there's different kinds of Chanel, or because like some of them were like fuzzier than this. But it's a super bulky weight yarn, size 6. So that's what. And this color, we got this color for a spider that we're hoping to do later on. It's like is a very cute little spider doll. Yeah, if it had money, it would try to get nicer yarns, but it does not have money. It has no money. That's why its setup is so DIY. Okay. It thinks it understands what they're saying here. Oh, no. Yes, now it does. It absolutely does. Okay. The way that this person, they seem to be French. So it's wondering if they were having like a European kind of style a little bit with their pattern notes. It's like a little bit different than what kids used to. But now it gets it and understands what they're saying. Maybe after this round, we can show you what an invisible decrease is. Risque. We're not going to do this all day, by the way. Probably around noon or maybe closer to 1, not sure. We'll break for lunch, and then we're going to switch to playing a retro game. It kind of just gives Ken a little bit of a break on the posture, because it has to kind of sit forward a little bit to do this. Does it shed? I don't like the shedding part of most Chanel yarns. Well, so far it doesn't seem to be, but it hasn't really been handling the yarn too much aside from when it's working with it. But it doesn't see a lot of shedding. So Sorry, one sec. It's kind of got to concentrate a little bit for this part. Oops. See, even as it was pulling on it, there wasn't really anything coming off there, so it doesn't seem to shed much. It's sorry that maybe it is the whole listing. It didn't feel like that was the whole listing. Let's look. No. It's not sure why Stream Elements isn't doing the scrolling effect. It's supposed to be scrolling that URL. Might have actually gone one too many. We don't know why we had to pull that completely, but we did. We're going to live with it now. You guys don't know why we're muttering about this, but basically we undid something we didn't need to. Totally. Should Thursdays be the craft days? Maybe that's what we should do. We're still trying to figure out the final touches of our schedule. We've only been streaming now for about a month. So we're still trying to figure the game out, but there was a lot of things that we weren't too sure about, like when should we stream? What should we stream when? But it's kind of feeling like, oh, see, there was a little bit of shed right there. It was the first time though, so maybe it's not so bad. Yeah, I wasn't sure when we should do crochet streams or craft streams, but maybe Thursdays will be the days. Maybe we should put that on our about page. Oh, interesting. Okay, well, this is actually what we're supposed to do for the pattern anyway. But this is an invisible decrease here, Risques. So an invisible decrease, when you have your pattern turned right side in, right? So like, or it doesn't know if it said that correctly, but basically like the part of your pattern that's supposed to be facing out, the part that like they say like when you're looking at amigurumi tutorials, they'll say, well, look for the V's, right? You don't want to see the bars, which if this wasn't such a fluffy yarn, you could probably see a little easier. But, and then when you're using yarn unders, they look more like X's. But basically you're looking for either X's if you're doing yarn unders for your single crochets, or V's if you're doing regular yarn overs. So with that in mind, when you're doing the invisible decrease or two together, what you're going to do is instead of going all the way through the stitch so that those two lines there on the top, I'm not sure if you can kind of see, but instead what you're going to do is you're going to do front only. So only do front only. So one, and we just kind of went there into the middle of it. And then you go to the next one and you do front only again. And then you just kind of pull through, and Ken is doing yarn under partly to achieve the closer look as what we get there in that picture. You could still do like yarn over for amigurumi, like that axolotl was all yarn over. But some people prefer to do yarn under, and this was the first pattern that actually specifically called for it. So Ken has been trying to learn how to do that. Now, when you're doing the invisible decrease, you'll get kind of like it can be kind of a little tough sometimes to see where your well, like what the next stitch is. But if you kind of look, it's kind of fuzzy. It's hard to see. This is maybe not the best yarn to kind of showcase this with, but it kind of makes like a bit of a V shape, or not a V shape, but like a triangle shape. So this is where our second decrease, stitch was. So we're going to go into this stitch here. And it might seem on some yarn like you're going way far, but you're not. But actually, we're supposed to do that twice in a row. So we have to undo this. Yeah. And the nice thing about the benefit of the invisible decrease is that you are using less yarn. So we're going to do it again. You're actually using less yarn to accomplish the decrease. And it makes the outside of your amigurumi dolls look nicer. That's a lot more simple than I thought, and I did my decreases wrong. Well, no. So this is just an invisible decrease. Not everybody does decreases that way. You still could do this, where you're going through the whole stitch and then pulling through that. But it'll just have this effect on the yarn on the outside of the amigurumi that might make it look like a bit more obvious. But it's not technically wrong. It's just that for the style of amigurumi, you might want to consider doing invisible decreases instead. Sorry, consulting this again. All right. Okay, and then we do the opposite. Hmm. Definitely try to find yourself some good stitch markers if you're going to do some amigurumi, because trying to keep track of where you are is super important. And there are some really garbage stitch markers that are out there, like the ones that almost look like safety pins that's all over Amazon. Those are crap. Ken really prefers these round ones that are kind of like squishy and flexible because they don't break. Okay. It's just going to take a second to make sure that we have the right stitch count on this row. The early rounds are always tricky. Hmm. That's odd. Wondering. We're gonna have to go back. Looks like our count was a little bit off. We might have done one too many decreases there. Always a little harrowing to have to go back, especially if we have to take out our stitch marker, but we'll suck it up because we have to. Something went awry. Okay. Let's try that again. Interesting. Maybe it's one of those asymmetrical ones. We might have to just pull this out because the way that this kind of spins around, it might not be ending at the same spot. It's just, it doesn't do that often. But it would kind of make sense, wouldn't it? Sorry, it's just trying to just figure it out. What the pattern's calling for and whether or not we actually got it wrong. So apparently single crochet 2 together is different than decreases. Okay. Because what you'd have to do is for single crochet 2 together, you'd go into the stitch yarn over and pull through, then go into the next stitch, yarn over and pull through. So now you have 3 loops on your hook, then pull through all 3 loops. Oh, was that basically a half double crochet? It gets it mixed up. It gets that stuff mixed up. There was a pattern, there was a blanket that it was trying to make for its dad for Christmas, and they used single crochet 2 together, and it was like, what is that? And now that it's thinking about it, it wants to say that was kind of, it had to look that up, and it wants to say that was like a half double crochet or a double crochet. It's either a half double crochet or a double crochet. It's sorry, it doesn't remember off the top of its head. It has to like actually like do it to know for sure. Yeah, it would look it up, but it wants to kind of push through this part of the pattern. Notice how now that Ken's actually doing the sewing, it's gotten a lot more quiet. He just has to concentrate. It's sorry. All right. Especially because it's trying to do this without its row counter because it uses its phone for that. It's not sure if they have like a desktop app. That'd be nice. Ken would absolutely use it. We're pretty sure it had a moment where it was like, oh no, are we still on our stream safe music? We're pretty sure we are. It was like a 3 hour playlist. And we're only 2 hours in. Pretty sure it's following things correctly. But see, this is why, if anybody potentially wanted to try and use Kin's video as like a tutorial about how to do this, like, don't. For all you know, Kin's getting it completely wrong. Okay. This one's just a little bit unusual because of the way that it seems like the rounds don't always end in the same spot. Or it's either that or Ken's just getting this wrong. Again, there's also the challenge of trying to just see what the hell it's doing because this fluffy ass yarn drives it a little crazy sometimes. It feels nice. It's a very nice yarn to handle. Well, it's really happy that it's had people kind of come and sit with Ken, hang out. It's really cool. If Ken were better at doing this and maybe had a better setup, because it has to use its phone, and that's the other thing too, is that its phone has its own battery. So we were doing. I already forgot what it was doing. It would probably do crochet streams all the time, but It's just not that good. I use one camera, so your setup looked better than mine. Well, yeah, this phone it's using its phone as its like a second camera, and it just kind of lucked out that we already kind of own this hobby light with these little bendy arms to hold the phone up. It kind of got turned around a little bit on the pattern. Huh. That's kind of the danger of just trying to do this without a tracker, is that it's easy to forget where exactly you are in the pattern. At least for Kin, it gets easily distracted, and then it goes back and it's like, oh crap, where were we? See, it just did it again. Let's just start over. There you go. It's okay. Everything's okay. Ugh. I hate when that happens. Seriously, if a Bobo like Kin can make an amigurumi doll, anybody could do it. As you can see from how many times it's screwing up on stream. Okay. And things were back on track. Okay. Okay. All right. We think we figured it out. Pretty sure. Yeah, that tail, it's the twistiness of the tail that's making it so that it seems like that's why we aren't always ending in the same spot that we would expect. Because usually we end on the stitch marker. Again, could be wrong, but that seems to be having, that's why it's having this twisty effect for like the wisp of the tail. So that's why Kim was getting a little confused. It was like, wait, but that's where our stitch marker is. We're going past it. Why? All right. Oh, okay. This one's a little bit more simple. Okay. If it ends up turning out that Ken did this incorrectly, we might have to do. We'll probably correct it off stream. But it seems like this is what it's supposed to be doing. Like the effect is very similar to what it's showing on the pictures. Oh, you got the munchies? So does Kin. It thinks it needs a break. And probably that might mean then that this will be the end of the crochet segment of the stream. And we will switch over to the other mic and shift down the table and maybe kind of just enjoy a bit of old FMV retro game goodness. And by goodness, we mean jank. But it's Ripper's a fun game. If you've never heard of it, it's got a lot of veteran actors in it, like Christopher Walken, Ozzie Davis. Wants to say, what was it? Karen Allen, Paul Giamatti. There's a lot of people in it. And the acting for, at least for FMV games, are not that bad. So we're gonna switch to that because it does want to kind of finish that game. And yeah, that'll be the rest of the stream. But we've been doing this now for a few hours. Its back's getting a little tired from being in this posture because we have to. We would like to scoot the chair up closer, but because of how we have to have the mic and the camera and everything and the lighting, this is kind of the best setup that it can manage. So yeah, so we're just gonna go into intermission. The stream is not over, but we're gonna go get food and then do a little bit of behind the scenes switching up, and then we'll be on that side of the table and starting up some Ripper. Yeah. Sorry, it doesn't have like a really like graceful transition, but Spooky is gonna get up now. Thank you very much for everybody who stopped by. To be honest, I can't leave Amigurumi sitting because I'll forget what round I'm on. Yeah, it remembers what round it stopped at, but that's and but it needs to like make a note, and it's kind of tempted to like do this again, but it feels like we're kind of on track. We feel like, because it's looking like how it's supposed to be looking, it seems like, but it's not sure. It's not sure. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna go get lunch, so we'll be back in a little bit. Bye.
Why are you wasting your time, Larry?
Yes.
Am I wasting my time?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
What kind of doctor? I'm not sick.
Why are you wasting your time?
Am I wasting my time?
Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. It does not try to stay off stream that long, but while it was trying to get its food, there was some sort of a weird mystery that occurred um, from the school, its kid's school. So it had looked at its call history because it saw 2 missed calls and was like, okay, somebody was calling. Kind of weird that the phone didn't ring. Didn't remember actually having it on mute or anything, but it showed the kid's school. And then Ken was like, huh, curious, curious. So it called them back, but they at first they didn't pick up, and then after they finally got in touch with the secretary, she had Ken on hold for several minutes, and then finally called back and was like, "Yeah, no, doesn't seem like anybody was trying to get a hold of you. The kids are fine." So, okay. Just so long as Ken doesn't have to have, like, cut the stream short and go pick up a sick child or something, or a suspended child, God forbid. But, no, really, God forbid. It's only ever been suspended once in its life. Only ever been suspended once. And it was over some nonsense. And to this day, it's a little bit of a controversy in the family over whether or not Ken really deserved it and whether it deserved being punished afterwards. But it doesn't really want to go into the specifics of how that all transpired. It's not exactly a pleasant memory, but it had to do with vandalism of the mildest kind. And it was suspended for like 2 or 3 days. Gosh, its parents acted like it had murdered somebody. But anyway, sorry. Weird tangent there. So kids apparently are fun. That kind of caused Kin to get a little bit like, well, what's it going to eat? But it ended up settling on oatmeal. It's got a lot in it, though. It's got flax, what is it? Flaxseed? Chia seeds. It's got chia seeds in it and flax and peanut butter and coconut sugar. It's not trying to be some left wing liberal health nut. It's just, it tastes good and it's good for the digestive system, so to speak. So, plus the chia seeds are supposed to be good for energy, supposedly, which Ken feels like it needs a little bit of. It's a little tired. Oh. Yeah, I can feel it there in the back. It's kind of nice so that we don't have to be kissing the mic anymore. As much, anyway. But we're going to continue. We're going to continue, Ripper. Let's see, is there a way that we can make it so that we can have the tutorial easily read? With a little bit of rearranging, maybe. With a little bit of rearranging of the screens. Just so long as it can kind of still see its capture. It needs to see its audio mixer to keep track of the audio levels. And it wants to see the multi-chat. So that's pretty much all we need. So we're going to switch over to, let's see here. Hold on. Ugh. Launchbox is weird. It acts like Ripper isn't installed, but it knows that Ripper's installed. It doesn't know why it didn't get changed into the installed category. But here, switch over to the desktop. And the launcher. Hopefully. Did it work? Okay. There we go. We're doing it. We're doing it, guys. Phew, sorry. It always takes OBS a second to catch up to the game being fully launched. It's a little annoying. Alright, restore. Yes. Alright, cool. We're in. Would you mind if Kin has a few bites of its food first? Let's just chill out a second. Oh, also, we need to update our stream categories, actually. Holy smokes. Alright. 1 second. Sorry, it has to update the stream categories. Twitch and probably Kick does not like it when you don't have the proper categories entered. Okay. There we go. We're updated. Everything's cool. There we go. Nice. Whew. Shoot. Close. Close one, huh? That was a close one. Do we look silly? Maybe a little bit silly. The first time it ever did a stream, it did it in this onesie. We were determined to be chill. Okay. All right. So, we're pretty sure we're done here. Though Ken is curious if Wofford's brother has anything to say.
You snoop around too much. For your own good. I'm more dangerous than I look. I warn you.
Okay, he has nothing to say. But for anybody who does not know, that actor is the same actor who played the coach in the original Rocky films. He was the guy that was constantly calling Sylvester Stallone a bum. Anyway, we gotta get out of here. We've gotta get out of this place. As soon as we figure that out, can we go forward? We just want you to turn, man. Can you turn around? Now he will. The movement is a little bit particular. Okay. So let's see here. Interesting. So apparently, we're still missing something. We're going to have to consult our walkthrough for a sec. We need an area that this walkthrough is mentioning. Oh, there was okay. So the library puzzle was solvable. Though this walkthrough doesn't really tell you how. Like where they get the answer. It's interesting. But that's something that we can go back to. So we can go back to the newsroom. And access cyberspace. And we have the unscrambled call number that Catherine had been using.
Exit cyberspace. Virtual Herald.
No, we want the library.
Virtual library.
As one viewer described this library was like hell.
I could use some help here. You're a human presence, I assume.
Everyone at a service desk is. The library doesn't use smart sprites for public interface. You don't read much, do you?
Can you help me with this call number?
I'm sorry, this is not a valid call number. It appears Stein altered the reference matrix, but an unknown book was distributed. If you could unscramble the call number, I could help you. Wait, Quinlan, that's a valid call number. I'll get the book.
A book about the original Jack the Ripper.
Damn.
Can't be a coincidence. Renee Stein must have used this. But what does it mean?
All right. Let's get out of here.
Well. Exit cyberspace.
Okay, so is it in our inventory? No. What about our whack? Oh, damn it. Sometimes the game will do this. It only does this in this game, where the mouse will kind of rubber band to the bottom of the screen. It's very annoying. Sometimes, like, rebooting the game works, but it doesn't really want to do that. Why does it have to? Can we read it? Jack the Ripper. That's all it's going to tell us. Really? That's it. That was the big mystery. She checked out a book about Jack the Ripper. While Wofford was making a recreation of Victorian England for some reason. All right, let's gonna consult the walkthrough again. Was there something that we missed? Because we're pretty sure we've talked to everybody. We went to Café du Champ, talked to Gambit, talked to the bartender. We talked to Soapy. Or Soaps, excuse it. Soap over at his smokehouse. We talked to everybody over at the Tribeca Center. We even solved everything over at Wofford's Cottage. But then it says go to Falcon Eddie's safe house, but we don't have that location unlocked for ourselves yet. It just seems unusual because we're pretty sure we've exhausted all of the conversation trees. We can try and talk to Ben, our boss, while we're here, if we can get out of this spot. Maybe later, when all of the hype has died down a little bit, but there's still some interest, we might try Poppy's Playtime. We've never tried that game before. We don't think Ben has anything new to tell us right now, but yeah.
The Times is breathing down our back on this story.
See, when they have something to say to us, it won't be that full screen cutscene usually. Oh. Not sure why that opened up now, but it did, even though we didn't talk to anybody new. But now we can go to Falcon Eddie's safe house. Apparently, this is one of those things where you have to check off all of these boxes. You might have gotten the information in-game, but unless you check off certain boxes of actions or information gained for, like, the protagonist, they might not let you progress. Okay, so we're going to talk to Eddie. Or Twig.
You must be Jake Quinlan looking for the Falcon.
How do you know who I am?
Gambit called ahead. That's strange. Burton usually sends Dr. Cable whenever she's in trouble.
Oh, news travels fast.
I guess.
Dude is like a total burner.
Tell me, Twig, is Eddie as good as his rep?
Best I've ever seen, and I'm no amateur. He can deck for days straight and keep sharp. No paranoia, no mental fatigue, no loss of rationality. Of course, it doesn't hurt to have someone like me, cooking for him.
Cooking. You keep him drugged.
Hey, even an archangel like the Falcon needs medication. Extended decking, very hard on the dendrites, man. And they took us. Lots of sitting.
I could imagine.
Very hard on the toots. All right.
Where's Falconetti?
Not a simple question. He's usually in two places at once. Tell Burton and Cable they gotta beg in person for Eddie's aid.
Don't play games with me, Circuit Head. Lives are at stake. See, I don't have time to trade one-liners with a goddamn glorified houseboy. You don't give me Falconetti in 5 seconds. I'm gonna email your address to Detective Magnata, and you won't be dancing with any shadows in a maximum security prison.
Don't blow your motherboard because Burton's getting lazy. That's her problem, not mine. Falcon is playing in one of his wells. The address is Circus Maximus. I'd suggest trying a different approach with him if you're planning on cooperation.
Thanks. You've been a big help.
My pleasure.
He wasn't sure. Okay, well, there we go. We can ask him about the shadow. He was afraid that we were going to get locked out of the rest of the dialogue tree.
What's with the shadow?
Like him? He's a movement model for a sea-space doppelganger I'm developing. If it all works out, it'll give me true multitasking capability. This is just practice, of course. The real thing will be in cyberspace. Excuse me. Sensors itch. You're really beginning to be a pain in the ass.
All right, Host Twig. Okay, apparently we can go.
Locked. Damn. How am I supposed to open this?
Gotta go back to the newsroom now. It does like the vibe of this game. It really does. It is kind of corny. It is. It's janky. It is. But Ken still kind of likes it. Now that we have a walkthrough and we're not like beating our heads up against a wall, this is fun. It's having a little bit more fun. This might be how we have to handle certain games like this. Like just having the walkthrough on hand and not letting ourselves get frustrated because yuck. Okay. Now we got to go back to our computer.
Exit cyberspace. Virtual Herald.
We're trying to find Falconetti's
Virtual
well,
library.
which apparently is called Circus Maximus.
Falconetti Circus.
Looking for Falconetti?
Oh shit!
Well, I think you got him.
Oh my gosh!
What's going on here? It's a 40 gigabyte virtual environment. Made it myself. Pretty impressive, huh?
This guy!
Think of it like a game room, and you're my favorite toy. You're called the Answer Doll, and the idea is I throw a knife, and you answer a question. Who the fuck
Okay. All right. So, wow. Yeah, Dark Ghoulie. All right, bet. We'll have to look you up later, man. Right now we're playing this, and this game is pretty cool. So this actor, this is the guy that was in. So he's been in a couple of cult films. First cult film that Ken is aware of was The Warriors. He was the main villain. He was with the rival gang to the Warriors. It's horrible with names. Please forgive it. It forgets the name of that gang. But he's the guy that gets the beer bottles at the end and starts clinking them together and goes like, "Warriors, come out to play!" And he was also in The Crow, the original Crow, the first one, where he was one of the villains who had killed, well, the guy who ends up becoming the Crow. So he's been in a lot of things. He's so good. He is so good. Ken loves this actor. He has a lot of fun. He's great. Great, great, great guy. Alright, so this. So it doesn't seem like it matters what we say here. It just says talk to Falconetti and he will agree to help you if you can beat his high score. So it doesn't matter what we say. Let's be tough guys. Stand up to him and demand your release.
You kiss my ass. You want to talk to me? You get me down from here.
An ass kissing? That's a pretty high order. Not a smart move for somebody in your position. You got bald, buddy. Ah!
Let's tell him about Catherine.
I have a friend in trouble. She needs help.
I love showing up, Claire. First, you gotta show me what you're worth in cyberspace. I'm gonna work with you. I can see if you can handle yourself.
What are you talking about?
You shoot a bad guy, you get a point. You shoot a good guy, you lose. I had high score. You beat it and we'll talk.
Okay, I shoot good.
Okay, it lowered the difficulty for these mini games because they were atrocious, especially with the rubber banding that Ken had to deal with. We have to get a score of 30,000. Is that a good guy? I can't tell if those are good guys or bad guys, quite frankly. Who are they? It's gonna say maybe red eyes mean bad. Nope, that's probably good. If they're green. There we go. Okay, we're gonna have to do this again, probably. It really hopes that this isn't like a game over if we fuck up. Ah, shit. Okay, so that was a good person. Wow. It's just kind of hard because like it didn't know who was good and who was bad. It's also afraid to move the mouse unless it's sure. So that's probably a good person, right? Not that. Anyone who's green. Not them, because their eyes aren't glowing. Okay, so if the eyes are glowing, fair game. We didn't do great. We did not do great. Let's try again.
In case you forgot, my score was higher. Come on! Go for the gold, Quinlan!
Yep. Can we try again, please? Dude. Alright. Let's go for it. We've got a better idea of what we have to shoot now. It just prays that the mouse doesn't rubber band. Oh, I did it! See? It rubber banded right there. Shit. Not that. Come on. Ooh, almost. We almost got that person by accident. Ah. It would really help if our mouse was not doing this to us right now. Okay. We should have a better score. For sure. Not them. Not them. All right. Hey, there we go. This time we did it. Okay, granted, we did lower the difficulty of the shooting games, but that's because you saw what happened. It's not going to apologize.
Nice shooting, cowboy. Reckon you can fly with the Falcon after all. How's about you and me back at the Hacienda?
Now, you wouldn't be lying to me now, would you, Eddie? Because I've been to your house, and you weren't there.
Well, just because you can't see me doesn't mean I'm not there. Talk to Twig. He'll be expecting you.
All right, let's get the hell out of here. Look at that. We can just hit escape. That saves us a lot of time. Just in case, let's try to save. Try being the key word there. To Eddie at Safe House. Muy bien. Finalmente. Well, how do you say that? Hay progreso. Progresimos. Let's go back to Eddie's. Come on, Twig.
Play straight with me, Twig. I'm all played out. I want to see your boss in the flesh.
Relax. He wired me on the Ethernet. He's on the other side of the door behind me. Once I open it, though, you're on your own.
Alright, now we just talked to Falconetti about everything. What in the world is happening there? Crazy. Sorry, we did not know what was happening, so we were wondering if we needed to, like, figure out a quick censorship or something. It was weird. All right, this is just Eddie in a full suit. I thought it was a woman naked, suspended of something.
Fucking corpse! Lucky for you, I had to come up for air. Hey, twig, you lazy piece of shit! What kind of cheap-ass nootropics you feed me? I can barely keep up with the data transfer in there. Wonder I lost that fucking contest. All right, hotshot. What do you want?
It's kind of tough to take him seriously now at this point that he's like suspended in this thing, swinging back and forth. Like, bro, you're not that scary now. Let's just go down the tree.
There's this detective named Magnata working the case. Won't tell me much.
You say Magnata? Right. He's worse than fucking criminals.
Sounds like you know him.
Know him. I know him. I know I'd like to blow his fucking brains out.
Well. How did an outlaw like you hook up with a respected doctor like Burton?
Mean she didn't tell you? Babe has the hots for me. Has for years.
Doubtful.
Does she? What's your take on the Ripper, Eddie?
Holy shit, I just realized you're the one he writes to. He's the only reason to read the rags. Fucking guy's incredible. He gets in there, paints the room in blood like Jackson Pollock on crack, and gets out without a trace. And that's buzzing about this psycho.
Sound like his #1 fan.
I can't get the guy out of my head. His stealth, his tools. I've been collecting knives for 30 years. I don't have a clue what kind of blade he's using.
All right, tell him about Powell.
My friend and partner was attacked by the Ripper.
You're going through all this for a woman, I assume you're doing her. Do crazy shit for love, don't we?
Yeah, I'm beginning to think so. What's with all these knives?
Well, for one, I'd say they're sharp.
I didn't mean that.
Oh, I see. I collect knives, and there's a serial killer loose. Knives equal killer. Right? Gee, I heard you reporter types were smart, but heck, you're way over my head here.
Okay. Look, Eddie, why don't you help me out with Catherine?
Why should I risk my ass for you?
Let's get to Magnata.
You could piss off your old enemy, Magnata.
Here's the deal. I've been in cyberspace for 80 hours. I gotta collect from 2 bookies, eat a big steak, dine for some real food, and sweat these cheap-ass nootropics out of my system. It'll take a couple hours. I'll meet you at the ICU later. And we'll see what a genius can do about your babe.
Great. I'll see you there.
All right. We finally made it to Act 2.
I was beginning
Nice.
to think I was in a bad mystery novel where everyone did it. It was also beginning to look like I didn't know Catherine as well as I thought I did. The private sources, the research she'd been up to, and the secret meeting with the Ripper. And she never told me a thing.
All right. So now we're back to Tribeca Center. Let's talk to our favorite receptionist.
I'll see if the doctor's available, ma'am. Hold one moment, please. Hi, Quinlan. No word on your squeeze. Burton's keeping all the paperwork to herself for some reason.
Did the Falconetti show up?
Yep. As a matter of fact, they should start fighting right about now. They don't usually take this long. I just wish they'd do it and get it over with. Hey, how come you never came back to see me on my break?
I'm here to see my girlfriend, Viv. She's in a coma, remember?
What do you know? A guy who's faithful. Go on, run off and see your girlfriend. See if I care. Call me if she croaks.
I heard that.
Damn, girl. Call me if she croaks. All right, lady. We're on a mission. We're busy. Kim is busy. Okay, so we're just gonna go up to the elevator, head up. You know, for a hospital in New York City, this place is awfully quiet. It's just saying. Ah, where are they? Are they in Catherine's actual room? Let's go check. Also, sorry, 1 second. It's just double checking its audio levels again. It gets paranoid. They better be in here.
Said no.
Okay.
No, Joey, no, Joey, no.
I don't want you here. I don't want you in this
You
hospital.
gotta let me do my thing. I can find out what happened to this babe. Besides, you always call me in on these. If you don't this time, it's gonna look bad.
No kidding. You think it's an accident that Magnata brought her here?
Fuck Magnata. Should've clipped his wings years ago. You try to pin this whole fucking thing on me.
Or me, which is why we do it my way, and I say no.
No what?
Yo, Quillen. Tell Dr. Burton here to let me save your friend.
Hold on a second. It has to look this up. It's really kind of getting bothered by the fact that it can't remember their names. Sorry, it blinked out there. We know. We're going to look up their names because this is pissing it off. It's so ashamed. Yeah, Karen Allen. That's Dr. Burton. She was in, just in case you don't remember for some reason, she was in Raiders of the Lost Ark and Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. So she was in at least... Oh, and then she came back for the Dial of Destiny. So she was in at least 3 full Indiana Jones films. And apparently she was also participating in a short. But only as a voice. For Indiana Jones and the Treasure of the Aztecs. And the guy who's playing Falconetti, David Patrick Kelly. Yeah. Yes. David Patrick Kelly. He's been in a lot of things. A lot of things. But in The Warriors, he played Luther. He was the main villain in The Warriors. Absolutely love this dude. Every time he's in a film, he just has this intense, fierce energy. Does villains really well, does crazy really well. So like, sometimes people just hate on this game, and it's like you don't. Yes, the game has its flaws with the movement, and they are very frustrating, and some of the puzzles are just kind of bonkers. But the actors, the cast that they managed to pull for this game, like to this day, pretty sure no other interactive movie / FMV heavy game has this caliber of cast. Period. Oh, but we do want to pull our walkthrough back up. We have to fix our screens. Sorry. All right. There we go.
What's Falconetti talking about?
It doesn't matter. I'm not letting him do the procedure.
How long have you all known each other?
Look, Quinlan, it's personal. It has nothing to do with Pal's case, believe me.
Sorry, one sec. We are going to pull up our stream manager on our phone since we're not using our phone anymore. It's just kind of nice because it makes it so that we can do any moderation actions that we need to easily without having to switch out of the game. Okay, so we talked to her.
What thing are you talking about, Eddie?
Decking into this chick's consciousness. I can access her brain just like I can a computer.
Well, what good is that? She's in a coma.
She's not brain dead. Her essence, her personality, whatever. It's all still in there. I mean, if I can just get at it, there's a chance I could even rebuild her memory.
It's not that simple. For one thing, you don't know for a fact how much of her essence she's retained. For another, you have psychological ice to deal with. You'd be fighting her mind. Strain could kill her.
You knew Magnata years ago.
He was a very different man then. He used to be a scumbag. Now, he's a scumbag with a badge.
Why would he try to pin the murders on you?
He's gotta pin it on somebody to make a buck. I guess he thinks I'm an easy target.
You do make it easy, Eddie. Ask him about his method to reach Catherine.
Is your method dangerous?
What, are you kidding? Of course it's dangerous. I'm not talking about accounting databases here. Decking into an organism's a lot harder than linking into a machine. You can't be overriding shit. You gotta watch where you're digging around. Emotions, memories, potentially very damaging. It's worth the risk, though.
Well, how do you figure?
I can rebuild her memory. I can make that image so real, you'll think it's breathing. You'll be able to stare the killer right in the eye.
Oh,
That would
sorry.
save Catherine and anybody else.
They could not hold that one in.
I mean, what's the real reason for preventing Falconetti from doing this, Burton?
Do I detect a little Magnata in the reporter's line of questioning? Do any damn thing you want. I'm going to the gym.
Good. Starting to look a little flanky there, Claire. Tighten up those buns, baby. You ready?
What do you mean? We're gonna deck to Catherine's brain now?
Damn straight. You can really get to know your girlfriend now. Here's the deal. With both of us being in there, it's gonna take everything I got to maintain a link between us, to isolate a pathway to whatever's left of her consciousness. If her brain starts throwing ice at us, you're gonna have to fight it. Think you can handle that?
I think I can.
Are we getting launched into another shooting sequence? That was crazy. Okay, so Dr. Burton, not very ethical, just giving up on her patients. In her professional opinion, we're not to do this, right? Because it's dangerous. It could kill her. It could be too much for Catherine's body. But, well, they make it out almost like she just kind of gives up because she's got these two guys arguing for this to happen. And yet at the same time, like, she has apparently some personal stakes in this, right? She's afraid that somehow Catherine's death, at least, will be pinned on her. But, or the murders, the Ripper murders, for some reason. That was unusual. I mean, we can understand that, you know, Falconetti being worried that Quinlan, or not Quinlan, Magnata is going to try and frame him. But why Dr. Burton? That was a strange thing. It doesn't really think in that conversation it was really her concern for that was really explained at all. We could only kind of ask Eddie about that directly. Weird. Okay.
Come on, Quinlan, we gonna do this or not? Use your decking unit on the computer. We can help your girlfriend.
Oh, man. All right, let's save. Hacking Catherine. That sounds really nice. Out of context. Okay. All right, here we go. Another shooting section. Will the mouse screw us over again? Shit. Ah. Ah. It's hard. Some of them look like they're gonna come straight at the screen. Finally. There we go. This also isn't hit scan, as you can see. They kind of like fly a little bit.
Keep that ice off,
Ooh.
girlfriend. There's definitely something there. Shoot that ice, Quinlan.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Keep looking for that ice, Quinlan. I'm busy. Keep that ice off me. Fix on your girlfriend. There's definitely something there.
Ah.
Shoot that ice, Quinlan.
Holy
Keep
fuck.
looking for that ice, Quinlan. I'm busy.
What the fuck?
I got a
Did-
space in a pathway. Now let me get a piece of this action.
Did we succeed? Alright, Eddie, you fucking show off.
Now here's what you gotta do. Burton and Cable, I've been feeding her as much of her personal background as I can. You need to bring her up to speed on what she knew when she was attacked. Use the information about the Ripper you think she may have known. That'll help her rebuild her memory. Right now, she's not even verbal. The more information she gets from you and Burton, the more she'll remember, the more she'll be able to tell us.
She looks so real.
That's because everything you're seeing right now is streaming directly from her brain, unmediated by any software. That's her, as her own mind's eye conceives herself. Be prepared. When you get close to her, you're gonna change. You'll look just as real.
Okay. Can we leave? Seems like that's it.
Oh,
Not bad for a first timer. Was it good for you too?
you kicked ass in there.
No shit, Sherlock. Now, if you'll excuse me, I got about a month of girly mags to catch up on.
Does anybody even buy porn mags anymore? Is that still a thing? Anybody under the age of 50? Okay. So then we exit, return to the elevator, and head down to the morgue. We're gonna go talk to Bob. Bobby boy. Last night it was sneezing a lot. Not sure what the deal it was there. Hope we're not catching something new, because we don't need it at all. All right, let's go to the morgue. Whoosh.
Excuse me.
Hey! What are you doing here? You're not supposed to be here. This place is off limits to unauthorized personnel.
I'm Jake Quinlan from the Virtual Herald. Who are you?
I'm Bob Epples, the new pathologist, and I'm not to speak with you, Mr. Quinlan.
Well, what are you talking about? Where's Farley?
Mr. Farley is no longer employed here. He was let go.
He was fired.
Poor Farley. Why Farley? Maybe because he was trying to get one too many hoagies on the job? Why was Farley fired?
Why was Farley fired?
I didn't ask, but I got the feeling that Mr. Farley liked to talk a little too much, and I don't plan on making the same mistake, so please leave, Mr. Quinlan, before someone sees me talking with you.
Please, Mr. Quinlan. Please let me alone.
Where is Farley?
I have no idea where Mr. Farley is, but from what I've heard about him, I suggest you look for him in a restaurant, one that specializes in fatty cuisine.
Oh, man. Oh, dear. Poor Bob. Now we're stuck with this dude.
If my boss finds out you're back, I'll be fired. Now get out!
Or Farley, rather. This is Bob. Bobby boy. Alright. Really could use with just like a fast travel option from this game, but you have to walk out everywhere you go. It's kind of nice, though, that we know where we're going, so that'll cut down on time. Oh, gosh. We do kind of want to talk to Tracy, the receptionist, one more time. She's always a laugh.
Metacog, hold on. Hey, Jake. Saw your story on the last murder. Look, you know I was just kidding about your squeeze croaking and all, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, God, man, it must have been awful. And I'll tell you something else. Magnato's been looking for you. I mean, I figured you should know, because he is not the kind of guy I would want looking for me. He isn't even the kind of guy I'd want to look at me.
Is he here now?
He just left. Coast is clear.
Thanks, Viv. I appreciate it.
Not enough you don't. But you're welcome just the same.
All right. Let's get everybody's names mixed up. Is Tracy the name of the actual actress? Anyway, that's Viv, apparently. It's really got to be careful about getting names mixed up. Otherwise, it just sounds like a boob. Oh, and we sound like a boob. All right, from here, we're going to go to the police station. And talk to the desk sergeant.
What do you got? A cot in the back there, Quinlan? Here's my stuff. I'm going into interrogation, Branham. You know, little police work. How's the coffee, Sarge? Nice and hot.
This motherfucker just stuck his fingers in that cup.
Balls so big they collect the gum on the floor. They do. They drag. Soho Precinct, Sergeant Brannon speaking. What's your problem? Chekhov, I'm talking to you. Right. Don't call there anymore.
Jeez Louise. Got balls so big they collect the gum off the floor. Alright, let's get this. So we're gonna just grab this card. Pretty sure that's like in our inventory now, yes. We could ask about if there are any new developments, ask about Falconetti, ask about the Wofford murder. Apparently the guide's like, fuck that, just leave. But let's talk to him anyway.
Any new developments, Lou?
Sure, but nothing's getting us closer to the Ripper.
Like what?
Like earlier today, Magnata pulled 2 cops who have been on the Ripper case since the beginning, replaced them with new guys. And that's bound to set the investigation back.
That doesn't make any sense.
That's what I say. I know. Tell me about it.
What's the buzz in the precinct on Falconetti?
Word is that outlaw's mixed up in this somehow. Magnata's pulled the hard copies on all of Falconetti's records, and he's had passwords put on computer files. There must be something there he's looking for.
Or maybe something he's trying to hide. Lou, what do you know about the Hamilton-Wofford murder?
I haven't followed the case. I don't know much about the guy except that he did some work for the precinct some years ago.
What kind of work?
Magnata hired him, I don't know, 5-6 years back to build a virtual target range for the cadet cyberspace training.
So Magnata knew him?
Yeah, that's probably why he took the case on, even though he's got his hands full with the Ripper.
All right, nice. So we're all caught up with our desk sergeant friends. We gotta go to the observation room. We don't remember where the observation room is exactly, so we're gonna maybe wander around just a little bit, sorry. want to say that that room on the left is Magnata's office. So we want to go to somewhere else. Is this the observation room? It says... Looks like it. We just guessed. Lucky guess.
I'm not a fucking dealer, man. Those were legal dosages for my personal use. I'm holding down like 4 jobs at once, man. I need the fucking mental clarity, okay?
See how much clarity you have when I'm done with you. Those senior citizens you sold that Lucidril B to had severe arterial hypertension. 5 of them pop blood vessels in their heads. Now talk, fuckhead. What are you looking at?
Normally when you're looking through the glass into an observate, like, like an interrogation room, usually it's a one-way glass. Kind of odd that he could see us, but okay. All right. We're going to go to the file room. What are you looking at? We're looking at your dime store detective skills, bitch. We gotta work on our improv. We know. That was actually the weakest part of Kin's skills. No, that's... Pretty sure that is... What's-his-face's office. That's Magnata's office. We don't want to go there. We want to go there. Right? But now we can't. Oh, the movement in this game is such a pain in the neck. Anyway, like you was saying, the improv section of its drama class was actually the weakest part of Kin's, let's say, acting experience. It was really good when it could stay on a script. It was not very good at just coming up with, like, quips or even just coming up with, like, plausible reactions or behaviors in skits. Mind you, you can do improv and it doesn't always necessarily have to be comedic, but usually improv is comedic in nature. It's not so much that Kin is unwilling to be, like, goofy in front of other people. It's more like it just doesn't have any ideas. Like, it could probably just spout off constantly, stream of consciousness, but one, it hates to talk over cutscenes. And it also, if it really just kind of lets loose and just starts just yapping whatever comes to mind, then it's just going to say stupid, weird things. It's not going to be super clever. It's just going to be like random noises and the like. If anything, what it should do, if it wants to really practice its improv, maybe is just like get more accustomed to being absolutely silly with its children when playing with them. Especially its 4-year-old. It's trying to get to one of these rooms back here. It says that we need to go to... So you turn around and make your way to the observation room. Blah, blah, blah. After the view is blocked again, leave this room and go straight across to the file room. Approach the filing cabinet. The file room? Surely they don't mean Magnotta's office. We'll try it. Okay. It's confused. It doesn't understand. We're supposed to be able to get to the file room. Oh, wait. Is it... Okay. Maybe it was through that gate there. It said right across from the observation room, so it might be back down there. Let's go back. Let's bring it back. We're gonna slide to the left, slide to the right, crisscross, crisscross. You guys ever try that dance? That dance is fun. Who likes that dance? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Are we going to pass it, or are we going to be able to... There we go. Okay. Cannot use this here.
Files are locked. Looks like I need some kind of ID card to open them.
Now use it.
It's Magnotta's personnel file. Could make for interesting reading.
Okay. Name, Vincent Magnotta. Date of birth, July 24th, 1997. Address, 1432 Houston Street. 1432. They tried really hard with this one. Rank detective, marital status, single, attack rating, highest level. Citation, Silver Cross for bravery. 2034. Scorpio Award for highest bounty collection, 2035 to 2040. Virtual space cluster for outstanding. They spelled this wrong. Outstanding. Police work in sea space. Fatalities in line of duty. 6 fatalities in line of duty. Details of each case stored in core backup files. Access file name, Slayer. Alright. Okay, so here's the electronic journal that we got in Act 1. We could not decrypt it then, but now we have the decryption. And for our current puzzle difficulty, which we have not changed, it's at medium, it is Scorpio. Man, they're really selling this. All right, there we go. Can this killer really be a modern day Jack the Ripper? Like his namesake, he eviscerates and brags about it in crazed letters to the public. Like his namesake, he holds a city in terror. The police are helpless to stop him. He strikes without warning and vanishes without a trace. I suspect the Ripper is one of 3 people. Vincent Magnotta, the lead detective in the case. Claire Burton, the Metacog cybersurgeon. Or Joey Falconetti, a legendary deck cowboy with a criminal past. I must investigate these 3. Learn anything I can about them. So she's suspecting Claire Burton. Why? Because she has access to dissection tools? And Magnotta because he's shady, and Falconetti because it's Falconetti. Alright. While in Burton's office, I noticed an old college text called Advanced Notional Mapping. There's an inscription inside. It's a slim chance, but it could be a lead. Soap delivered as promised. I can learn even more about Magnotta, Burton, and Falconetti if I dare. So Soap, the guy that we talked to at the smoke shop, it seems like whatever he did dug up more information for Catherine. Using the book, The Women of Whitechapel, it's supposed to be Whitechapel, pretty sure, but it says Whitechapel, and Jack the Ripper seems appropriate. If everything works out, I'll be rich over this. At first, I didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. I lived in a ratty triplex for half a dozen years. That will never happen to me a second time. Okay, and then the rest of it won't decrypt. So now we need to go back to Catherine's. There's nothing else to look at here. Okay, apparently we just go forward this way. We're going back to Catherine's, We're going back to Catherine's, because she has more stuff that we need. Okie dokie. Back to Catherine's. Oh, shit! It crashed, guys. Fuck! What was the last thing that we saved at? Sometimes going to Catherine's does that. It should have known that we should have saved. We didn't lose a ton of progress. Yes? No. Let's look at our whack. We have the Ripper book. This was decrypted. Oh, wow. No, it has... If the thing was decrypted...
Salisbury. I wonder what that means.
Thanks. Thanks, man. Okay. No, cool. If this was decrypted, then that means that somehow the game had an autosave or something. Whoa, that's awesome. Yeah, look, it's even got our save there. That was the last time that we would have saved. We would have had to go all the way back there. Catherine's the sequel. Cool. Wow, was not expecting that save there. It's like they knew. They knew it fucks up here. Alright, look on the far left wall below the star signs poster and open the book. Ken's sorry if you're disappointed that it's not actually trying to solve the puzzles. Maybe if we actually had somebody kind of helping, riding shotgun with, some hints, like how it had in its very first stream of this game, we would actually bother to try. But after fighting with some of these puzzles, one of which took us almost 3 hours cumulatively by itself, and that was with using hints. And the hints were badly worded, which was part of the problem. It really does feel like some of these things, with a little bit of nudging here and there, it probably could get these puzzles, and it has gotten some of these puzzles by itself. It just doesn't want to fight with this shit anymore. Especially when we have games like Chrysol Theater of Idols that we could be playing, or the new Poppy's Playtime, or even replaying Resident Evil 1. It's never done a full, Chris playthrough on hard. It would be cool to do Chris on hard. It's never done a Chris run for Resident Evil 1. But anyway, sorry. Back to what we were doing. We're going to open this book. So let's go here. So we want to do this one. Then that. There we go. And we just take this data disk. We're going to go to the computer. Now, when we go to the computer, there's going to be something displayed on the screen. We're going to have to try and pay attention to that. That's not a computer. That's a book. Don't tell me what I see and don't see, sir. Welcome in, Tiddly. Alright. From here, we can use this data disk. Oh, no. Use, Kin. Use it.
Nothing never was any good with numbers.
Are they going to be nice? It'll write it. Oh, wait. Oh, fuck you. Who's going to write it down? You bastards. It's a good thing it has a walkthrough. Fuck you guys. Did it take the disc too? Okay, no, they have the data disk. Well, we don't need to do it anymore. If it's probably the same. No matter what. Exactly, Tiddly. Like, how the hell are we supposed to remember this shit? That's bananas. That's why Kin, it just decided, like, fuck all this. You know, back then in the 90s, people didn't have as many games or as many things competing for their attention, so they could spend all day trying to figure this shit out, and that was totally fine. You know what Kin says? Kin's got a family and he's got shit to do. That's what Kin says. So we're just using a walkthrough. Though, even with the walkthrough, sometimes, man, this thing, like... Sometimes, like, some of these walkthroughs are just jank. Just straight up jank. Even a Resident Evil walkthrough I was trying to use when it was playing the first Resident Evil remake. With its son, it was like... It was so poorly worded sometimes, and it was like, why are you so bad at this? It made Kin want to, like, rewrite it. It was so bad. Alright, squared. Is that squared? These pixely ass mother... Okay. Yeah, it did. It totally opened up a freaking calculus problem. Divide 7 inv equals 5. Hey, hey,
Pretty
hey.
clever. A neat little place to store surveillance bugs.
And also convoluted as fuck, Catherine. You didn't need to do all this. All right, bug. Bug. Oh, that's an eyeball. What is that? Is that like a coin? Okay, so now we go back to the police station. Ooh, now we get to go ahead and bug Magnata's office. The Resident Evil walkthroughs are like, go to this room, and there's no indicator of what room you're in, nor its relation to the room you need to go. Exactly. Kin has been like, okay, maybe what needs to happen is somebody needs to just like fucking number all of the rooms so that like in case of like syntax shenanigans, the person can like orient themselves and be like, what room are they talking about? Oh, 7A. Okay, cool. That room. Yeah, if that's why like you have to like pick a walkthrough for that game and stick with it. Because if you don't, you're fucked. Like trying to switch walkthroughs in the middle of a playthrough, like you'll get all turned around about where they mean sometimes. And it's not impossible, but it's just a pain in the ass to kind of reorient yourself. That's why we've been kind of like sticking it out with the guide that we do have. We haven't beat the game still. It's hard trying to play around our 4-year-old so that she doesn't get traumatized. We have to play during nap time or when she's like in bed for the night. Walk to the scepter room. They say about the room without a scepter. Yeah. Yep. Or they say go back to the elevator and it's like which elevator? Because there's like out in the courtyard there's like 2 elevators and it was like which one do you mean? Which one are you talking about? Yes, exactly. Oh man. Yeah, when there's overlap, it's such a fucking pain in the ass. All right. We're going to the police station. Okay, wait. Hold on. No. No, we're going to save just to be absolutely sure. We're going to bug in Magnata. All right. Now we go to the police station. We're going to bug Christopher Walken. Go to the elevator, then enter the kitchen, and I'm like, I'm in the courtyard. Oh, dude, it's such pain. It's such pain. It's really bad. There are some games that really could use like some honest to God walkthrough lovin'. Like Saga Frontiers walkthrough situation is kind of a nightmare. That game is really complicated though. Hawk and Ken were trying to play that game together, and we're not sure if we're going to be able to finish it. All props to people who write walkthroughs. It does take a lot of time, and you're doing it for free. But it's like after, especially with older games, it's like, man. By this time, you would just hope that somebody would come along and do something better. All right, so let's see here. Go to the office and then use the cigar band. This is what this is. It's a cigar band.
Magnata will never even notice the bug is there.
The fuck? It looks completely different from all the other ones. At least in that shot. Gosh. I have to say, relying on muscle memory makes them so much faster. I beat RE1 without the walkthrough. I just needed to know where the keys are. But, like, I wasted a whole stream to get through half of the game over the course of 5 hours. And I was like, I know where to go after I get the key. Where is the key? Yeah. Yep. Oh, man. Yeah, after this playthrough with with Ken's son, it's thinking about trying to install Resident Evil on the PC and then doing Chris. It's never tried playing the game on hard. Or with Chris. He'll never notice the shiny bug on his cigar, right? Unless Magnata needs some fucking contacts. Some heavy duty contacts. He needs some LASIK surgery. Alright, so now we gotta go. So we only used one. It seems like we're gonna use the other bug at the hospital. Oh. It wants it to walk forward again. No, turn. It wants it to turn. There. Now it can select what it wants to. There we go. We're gonna talk to Viv, our fave receptionist. Hey, girl.
Hi, Quinlan. No word on your squeeze.
Scan card. It is so happy that it has this walkthrough. It never would have seen this. That's like way off to the side, yo. I played it with Chris for continuity since we played Zero as Rebecca, and I'm trying to play through the entire series for continuity. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool, man. It was so, like, it was hurting so bad when it saw that the entire Resident Evil series was on deep discount, and it was like, we are so broke. We have, like, negative in our account right now. Yeah, it imagines that must make for some pretty weird runs. It's kind of gotten to, it used to be so terrified of Resident Evil 1, but now it feels like, you know, after having played the game so many times, especially with a walkthrough on hand, it's not as scary anymore. It almost feels like it could speedrun it, you know, if it really wanted to. Okay. We're gonna go to the wards. Appreciate you sitting with us today, Tiddly. We were doing crochet earlier. Had a small group sitting with us. It was kind of nice, kind of chill. We think Thursdays might be our, like, craftsy, doing stuff on the table kind of day. That seems to be the days that we most often do that. Okay, so we went... Didn't we click on the wards? Yeah, okay. Go around to the left. So we have to go forward, though. Now we can use that card. Wow. How did Dr. Burton leave her fucking scan card down there with the receptionist? Homegirl maybe needs to go to sleep. She needs to go Betty bye. She be making mistakes like that. Like, what? On top of, like, making totally unethical decisions regarding her patient. All right. We have to look at the key thing. And now we can use it. It's the future, except not. It really isn't. Apparently the game is set in 1997. Let's see here. There's supposed to be an anatomy model that we're supposed to find. Let's go forward.
Dr. Burton's prescription pad.
Object scanned into database. Object scanned into database.
Okay, we got 2 documents from that. We cannot mess with that computer. We do want to... That anatomy model is what we want. right there. Can we turn? Yeah.
What's a cyber surgeon need with an anatomy model?
She's a cyber surgeon? Well, it's cyber, perhaps. Suppose that is a little odd. Okay. What do you want us to do? Okay, now we can do it.
That fits in there nicely.
Oh, you know, Ken likes to practice the stuff. Totally not suspicious and nefarious things. The stuff. Check. Roger Wilco. Nothing suspicious happening here, Captain. Alright, now we've got that planted. We already got the stuff that was on the desk. Oh, wait. No, we did. Dang it. We missed one thing. We have to go back. This game. Loves the game. It does. But here we go. Here's our replay of the journey back. Did you want to look out those windows again? Well, now you can. He always looks out the windows every single time. We gotta go in there. Seymour, the house is on fire. No, Mother, that's just the Northern Lights. Oh, man. Here we go.
Advanced notional modeling.
We missed this. Advanced notional modeling. To Claire Burton, happy something in cyberspace, Lillian Beck. Mindkin, what is that? What is that from? Is that from Little Shop of Horrors? Just because it's Seymour. That's all it's got. I thought about adding that in the quotes. It's The Simpsons. Okay. Yeah, it's very weak on its Simpsons game. Didn't really watch too much of that. The steamed ham thing. Maybe it'll go back someday and kind of like cherry pick some of the better Simpsons episodes. It used to own like the first season or two on disc. It really does regret getting rid of some of its disc collection. Like now with streaming the way that it is, gosh. It's just so hard to hold on to all that stuff when you move across the country like 3 or 4 times. Alright, so we did that. Now apparently we can go to the university. But we have to get out of here. Should we stick it out with this? We could have like another hour and a half that we can keep playing. Wondering if we should do something different, like maybe Dead by Daylight, maybe Marvel Rivals. It was really enjoying playing Marvel Rivals, even though it's not like exceptionally good in any way, shape, or form. It just likes that game. It likes team shooters. Let's see, alright. University, hopefully that's actually... Yep. Don't crash. It didn't just crash, guys! Oh no! Oh, fucking hell. Are we gonna have to do that whole thing again? Let's spare ourselves the pain. Fuck. Previously, the only place where the game had crashed was whenever we were trying to go to Catherine's apartment. Oh, wait. Restore previously aborted game. Is it going to do it? Okay. If we hit continue, will it work? It did! Wow! It's really unfamiliar with old games like this having some sort of recovery system built into it. Which probably really is telling about how much they were aware of the game crashing at inopportune times. Let's just save just in case. The university. What? No. There's a save? Oh, there's a save there. University. It's the one where Principal Skinner accidentally lights his house on fire while lying to the superintendent. It's one of the best lines from The Simpsons. The Aurora Borealis, entirely localized in your kitchen. At this time of day, at this time of year. Yes. May I see it? No. Yeah. When Simpsons gets it right, man, fuck. It's like... They're really... Like, the comedy. The comedic timing. Go straight ahead into Professor Beck's office. And talk to her about everything.
I expect you in my office tomorrow with your work completed, Mr. Wendell. Good day, Mr. Wendell.
Yes. Excuse me, Professor Beck. I'm a reporter for the Virtual Herald. You have a few minutes?
That's how many I have exactly, a few. What can I do for you?
Ask her if she remembers a student named Claire Burton.
Do you remember a student of yours named Claire Burton?
The only student I ever encouraged to leave school. Why do you ask?
You advised the student to leave school?
Frankly, this place had nothing to offer her. It was my feeling that it could have even restricted her development. But I repeat, why do you ask?
Well, she's taking care of a friend of mine. And some of her colleagues think that her treatment is a bit unorthodox.
I have no doubt it is. She wouldn't look at things the way most surgeons do. It's what makes her so creative, so innovative.
She seems a bit weird about it.
Oh, she's quirky, all right. I certainly remember that about her. Some very unusual predilections indeed, but that's often a mark of genius. Unless Claire has changed drastically in the years since I've seen her, you have no need for concern.
Well, thanks.
Yeah, just a little bit of concern. Just a little bit when she let Joey Falconetti play around in Catherine's fucking skull. Alright, let's ask about Joey.
Was a man named Joey Falconetti a student of yours?
No, but I remember him well.
Alright, thank you very Tiddly. Thank you very much, Tiddly. See you later, man. Thank you very much. Appreciate the visit.
Do you have a, affiliation with Claire Burton?
By affiliation, I assume you mean did she have an affair with him? I couldn't say. She may well have found his air of danger sexually appealing, and she was certainly aggressive intellectually. I'm sure she went after him to challenge his skills, see if she could prove herself superior. Who knows? The Web Runners may even have been her idea.
The what?
The Web Runners. It was a gaming club of some sort. It was cutting edge. Claire and Falconetti were among the founding members. In fact, when she left school, Claire seemed to do little else. She virtually disappeared.
Does this club still exist? I mean, where can I find them?
They're like children with a secret clubhouse. All I know is that they post notice of their meetings on the bulletin board out in the hallway. They usually encode the information, however, hiding it amongst the flyers and announcements posted there. Something about arranging those flyers in the proper order will form a sentence revealing where and when the runners plan to meet.
Do you know anything about a policeman named Vince Magnotta?
Claire used to mention him. Apparently, he had quite a temper.
Okay, that's all she has got to say about that. Let's go. So, apparently, Joey and Claire used to be in this Web Runners thing. We need to find these flyers and arrange them in the correct order. let's just talk. We like to exhaust all of the cutscenes.
I'm sorry. I've told you everything I know about Claire Burton. You're taking time that belongs to my current students.
No nonsense, Professor. He's had a few professors actually be that way, but not too many. Okay, is this the bulletin board?
So the location of the web runner's loft is hidden somewhere on this board.
Okay. So, web runners meeting at the new address. A former warehouse. On Gramercy Street. Okay, so we have to put these in order at the bottom of the display. So, like, here. Red, white, green. It mentions, the game will actually tell you, like, hey, you've got this.
I hope the web runners don't mind a visitor.
Okay. Now we just go straight there. Okay. So now we have to enter a code. These are the numbers from the bulletin board. Hi, Risques. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome back. Happy to have you here. We've been trucking along with some Ripper, which is basically an interactive movie from the 90s. What is going on? Talk to the girl inside. Hey, no problem. Glad that you could join us again. Awesome that you started the new crochet project. Good luck. Ugh.
Hey, man, what the fuck? 7th Cavalry. Are you mad? You almost gave me a stroke. I was doing the Custer Sim, and I was the only Korean Indian, and I had Goldilocks by the throat.
This won't take too long, honey. I just need to ask you a few questions.
Make an appointment with my secretary.
I'm going to tell you what I've been going through lately. Hop along. I've been playing tag with a serial killer and ruining my shine by walking through his victim's guts. My girlfriend's in a coma, and the next time the Ripper kills, it could possibly be yours truly. So fuck your cartoons! Fine.
It's not cartoons,
Now,
man.
let's talk.
Get with it, Quinlan. This is deeper than that. Actually, it's can't tell if she was like in like an immersed movie or if she was like actually playing a game. It sounded like she was playing a game. Oh, you started the Ikran Amigurumi? Nice. Yeah, man. Good luck. Ken's Discord is there on the About page. If you ever need help, just go ahead and send a message on Discord. Maybe you can try to help answer some of your questions. Though usually patterns for crochet, the creator will have like their contact information, so you could also just reach out to them. They'd probably be more knowledgeable, to be fair to them.
A woman named Claire Burton used to be a runner. Do you know her?
Yeah, I know her. I mean, I don't know her. I know who she is or who she was. She was one of the first, a proto-runner. We care about our history, man. You've got to know where you've been to know where you're going.
There you go.
It's interesting. So, what do you know about her?
I just know who she is. Seen her pictures hanging on the walls in here. You can see them yourself.
Also, not sure how interested you are, but this game is basically based on kind of like, and it's like an interactive murder mystery. Okay, like we sit through a lot of full motion video, like we just saw there, and then we go through these dialogue trees, and occasionally we have shooting sections and some puzzles to solve. But basically, it's kind of like the future, and when people go into the internet, like they like literally jack in their whole entire consciousness jacks in. Right now there is a murderous psycho going around killing people kind of in a very spectacular fashion akin to Jack the Ripper from, you know, what was it, the 18th century Victorian era. And our character, main character, the character we're playing, the guy that was in that red jacket, his name is Quinlan, and he is a reporter for the Virtual Herald, and he's the only one that the Ripper has been sending letters to. Now, our assistant, who worked for us and who we were inappropriately engaged with, she ended up becoming a victim of the Ripper, but did not die. She's currently in a coma. So we're trying to find ways to reconstruct her memory in, like, the cyber world so that we can get more information about who the Ripper is. So there's your quick and dirty about what's going on in the game right now. But it's a really interesting game. It's got a lot of cool characters. We saw we saw Christopher Walken. We saw Karen Allen. We saw, oh gosh, what was his name? It's so sorry. Patrick Kelly. He was the one of the main villains in The Crow, and also the main villain, Luther, in The Warriors. Really, really great actor. Hopefully we'll see Falconetti again before the game's done. But we're actually about to ask about him right now, his character. Ask her if she knows anything about Falcon Eddie.
Do you know anything about a guy named Falconetti?
Every runner's heard of the Falcon. He's a legend on heels. Before he was a runner, he fracked with a gang called Error 33.
Falconetti was a 33. Was he part of this TRW thing?
Story is he masterminded it. Core overwrite. Took out the credit record of every adult on the East Coast. The cops never got him. They say he's still out there, waiting to strike again.
I bet. Ever hear of Vince Magnata?
Sounds familiar. You'd have to grep the runner's archive well to see if that guy means anything.
Okay, so yeah, it needs to also update its Discord link for that chatbot. But it's, if you just look for Spook and Beast, that's Kid. It's got the same logo as its Twitch channel.